Play crawl. Transfer. I hope that nothing horrible happened when I transferred. And here we are now. And I do have some training in Ice Magic to be able to use Osokubu's armor. But I've been thinking about this character off stream, and I think it might be a pretty good idea to just try to get Starburst immediately. So I'm gonna try to do that. Um, yeah, I don't think it's a terrible idea. It's early lure, and I already have access to Starburst. I even have it memorized, so might as well go for it. I can get it pretty quickly. I think I dropped a ring of. I think I dropped a ring of. Oh, I don't. I thought that I had a ring of wizardry, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time around. But anyway, here we are with the character. Um, so let us continue with the gameplay. Of course, it would be terrible for me to get hit by that Hydra, and I don't really have a good way to kill it from afar. That is an issue that I was having with this character before. I have no good way to kill Hydras other than just straight up leave the level. And not being able to clear the full level of Layer 1 the first time you get into it is like kind of annoying. We got an unfortunate spawn of an 8-headed Hydra with a lot of HP, of course. That's what they do. Mm, okay, and then we can Scorch. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Alright. And it seems that we killed everything except for that one Hydra. Now, for safety, I'm gonna take these downstairs. Is there anything bad on the other side of those downstairs? Let's take a look real quick. Oh, there's probably like a million elephants and stuff like that. Yeah, I need to go down these ones because they seem empty. So, yeah. There were like 2 yak bands and an elephant band together, and ooh, that's not good. Okay. Hmm. I am surprised that I didn't take damage from that. I got put to sleep and I didn't take damage. Okay, what's the I don't have frozen ramparts. I was pretty sure that I had it. Weird. I was pretty sure that I had gotten frozen ramparts with this character, but regardless, I have Flame Wave. Flame Wave is very similar if you think about it. It hits everything that's surrounding you, and it doesn't check evasion. It just hits the monsters. Unfortunately, Flame Wave doesn't or does check armor class, so I would even go as far as to say that Frozen Ramparts is a better version of Flame Wave, which is kind of insane if you think about it, because Frozen Ramparts is only a level 3 single school spell, and Flame Wave is a level 4 dual school spell, so it should be so much better. Not only because it's one level higher, but also because it is 2 school, but it is just not the case. I still think of Flame Wave as a pretty good spell, but it is definitely not on the same level as Frozen Ramparts. Mm, Now, I did have Sticky Flame, I think. Oh, yeah, there we go. We have Sticky Flame. I'm gonna proceed to Sticky Flame this yak. Flame Wave. Hailstorm. Okay, I'm gonna pass on Hailstorm. It is the opposite of a spell that I would like to have. I'm gonna turn on Conjurations and Fire Magic as I mentioned because I want to get Starburst because I feel like Starburst on all of these big monster bands is gonna be a quite a useful tool to have to be able to get past Lair. Starburst is also pretty good for dealing damage to Hydras from afar. Ooh, talking about dealing damage to Hydras from afar, we just got Sandblast. I think that is worth learning because it melts Hydras pretty good. I just need to go get some stones so I can actually use it. What is this? Oh yeah, I think I remember that, and it was not very good. Yeah, so I saw Randart, and I got a bit excited for it, but it didn't seem to be anything good. Um, okay, yeah, these elephants, I don't want to have anything to do with them. At least not yet. You don't know how to get there? How come? Oh, I guess it is because I excluded something. Oh, never mind. It's like a transporter bolt. Yeah, you never go on those. They're pretty ridiculously dangerous. Okay. Oh yeah, this is also a ghost bolt. And this ghost was a miniature ghost with a lot of armor class, so we can't kill it. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that's a good amount of stones. Like I have 73. I'm only really gonna use Sandblast and Hydras. Let me. I don't have any Earth magic, so my Sandblast would be pretty much cast entirely with conjurations. Is it? Oh no, it's only Earth, so it would be cast only with spellcasting. That can be easily fixed by turning on Earth magic to like 4. That will be really quick, and it will also provide me with a decent power increase when it comes to that Sandblast. Um, so, spell to quiver. We're gonna quiver Scorch as I had it before. And back to there we go. And of course, yet again, we don't want to go down the stairs with a million jacks. And we also don't want to deal with the eight-headed Hydra immediately. Ideally, that would be the thing that we deal with before we get out of here. But unfortunately, it is already aggravated, and there's not much that I can do about it other than like try to go down some stairs. But I think the stairs that I have to go down through are these ones. So I'm just gonna try to lose the eight-headed Hydra or like go downstairs here. Now I have to exclude that because if I go up these stairs, the Hydra is just gonna two-shot me. So we don't want that. Um, Okay. Apart from that, we can continue with like your standard lair gameplay. Just like level 4 spells are pretty good for lair, not gonna lie. It is not something that you get access to. Well, you do get access to it, but Behemoth does make it much more consistent for you. Right now, look at my success rates in Sticky Flame and Flame Wave. It's 2%, and it's kind of expensive to cast those spells. So Behemoth is really helping in that regard. Okay, Sandblast is at 42%. The damage is 2 dice of 11. I do not think that Sandblast is the best level 1 spell. I would even go as far as to say that it is one of the worst because it requires ammunition and it checks armor class and evasion. But you cannot argue with the raw firepower that it has. Like, it deals a ton of damage. That's just how it is. So it is amazing for things with big HP. Well, I guess not big HP because at the end of the day it's still a level 1 spell. But things that don't have armor class or evasion, like these Hydras. I wouldn't be surprised if these elephants also didn't have a lot of. Okay, they do have like 10 armor class, so it's not very good against these elephants. But fortunately, I don't have to cast it. I have a million level 1 spells that I can cast, or like spells altogether. I don't need to specifically cast level 1 spells to deal with these elephants. Mm, okay, so 3 elephants are chasing me. I think I have a good chance of beating them because there are only 3, so. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, there we go. No damage taken there, courtesy of my evasion. There we go. Okay, I was hoping for that elephant to jump on the hatch, or the shaft rather, but it didn't do it. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, I'm gonna reposition. That's fine. Uh, okay, maybe pick up the wand of digging and dig a hole so I can fight in a controlled environment. Um, Succubus armor, sandblast. I got trampled away from that, unfortunately. So I'm gonna just like go to the end of the corridor so I cannot be trampled away from there. You are a giant, right? So yeah, the explosions from these big elephants will deal damage to me if I choose to use Inner Flame. It might be a good idea not to do it altogether. If you're wondering why I started earlier, well, I don't know if I actually started earlier. What I can tell you is that there was a time change for Mexico. You know, like winter time. I hate that personally. I'm not a fan of all those time changes. But yeah, and I just felt really bored, and I felt like streaming. I actually was playing Guilty Gear Strive before starting the stream. I was thinking about starting with Strive and then switching to Crawl, but I forgot that today it is like the 1st of November. So what happens in the first of every month in Guilty Gear Strive is that everyone who is in Celestial gets demoted back to floor 10 and they have to make their way back up. And since I am in floor 10 and I'm like not good enough to be celestial, I get to play against a lot of people that are like significantly better than I am and I can't do anything. So I don't feel like that would be very interesting to stream. And so I chose not to do so. I'm gonna turn these two on and start training for Starburst. Okay, I think we are doing quite well. Unfortunately, we are kind of running out of mana. That is an issue, but we are also running out of elephants, which is pretty good. Mm-hmm. Now, I guess I have Ambrosia to regain mana. And also I'm at full HP with Osokubu's armor, so I don't feel too threatened by the current situation. But it is kind of annoying that these guys failed to, or like successfully survived all of that flame wave. But it was something that I knew was coming. Like I didn't really expect to kill them all with flame wave. Okay, I can't believe that I am actually like killing them with untrained hand axe staff. Like that is some made up thing to me. Like I can't believe that, but we did. Somehow we survived a couple of elephants with no mana and with an untrained hand axe of electrocution. Of course, I guess the electrocution brand is what really made it for me there. Um, Okay, that's looking pretty good. I forgot to Osokubu's armor, and of course the yak was actually dealing more damage than the elephant because of that. It goes to show how significant of a boost Osokubu's armor is. Without it, I have 6 armor class, and with it, I have 13. It is like actually more than the entire armor class that I have without the spell. So it is crazy. There's boots for real cheap. I'm gonna go and buy them. Why not? Okay, I heard that you have some boots for me. Okay, yeah, I might as well do that and gain 1 point of armor class. It's not like I need the money, do I? Or do I? Maybe there was something that I wanted to buy and I completely forgot about it. But anyway, here we are, Human Fire Elementalist of Behemoth. We are gonna continue with Lair. And I am really like having a good time with this character. It feels already like stronger than the Sif Muna character, not gonna lie. It's just that Sif Muna doesn't fit my playstyle. I guess it has to be the opposite when you're playing a roguelike and you have to adapt um, to what the game gives you, right? But when it comes to gods, that's like one of the few options that you can freely make in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, and I feel like I just made things harder for me by going Sif Muna instead of going a better god like Behemoth in the first place, or a god that I'm more used to. Maybe Sif Muna is actually pretty good. I'm just not doing it justice, but it doesn't feel good by any means. Yeah, I feel like all the powers of Sif Muna or that Sif Muna provides you would be like unnecessary if Sif Muna just made you powerful like Behemoth does. Behemoth doesn't do anything really for you actively. Like there's no invocations from Behemoth, but Behemoth does give you spells. Um, Sorry for that. As I was saying, Behemoth does give you spells, and he also gives you very good firepower. He even extends the range of your spells. Um, and of course, the mana on kills. And you have guaranteed level 9 spells from Behemoth. that you will most likely be able to cast because you're a Bahamut worshipper. Okay, this doesn't look like a bolt where I want to have fire resistance, so I like what I currently have equipped. Yeah, 21% starburst. We're still not quite there, and I probably should have waited to rest to regain all my mana, but it's too late for that now. Okay, probably shouldn't do that. You don't have a polearm, do you? Okay, you have something that's slightly worse than a polearm. I'm even considering to use a potion of 3 here. Um, but I feel like this is a very bad fight to take as well because this guy is way too dangerous, and I don't know if there's gonna be more of this guy. If there's like one or two more, then we are in like very serious trouble here. Um, so I am not sure. I am really, really not sure about what to do in the current situation. Um, the completely safe thing to do is to just bail. But then I am forsaking all the loot. Potentially, I don't know, a Scarf of Fire Resistance would be pretty sweet, or some form of good boots, or a helmet, or a buckler. Maybe even an upgrade to my robe, like I don't know, a Randar Throw Leather armor with willpower would be fantastic. But that would be just like too good, so it's probably not gonna happen. Let me take some water because I feel my throat starting to ache. The bulk of talking that I do in my life, as it is nowadays, it is done on stream, and more often than not, it is to myself. I guess I do have people listening in on me, and that's pretty sweet. But it's mostly like talking to yourself, the streaming thing. If you want to get better at streaming, it would probably be a good idea to try to commentate on the things that you're doing when you're playing on your own, even if people around you will think that you're crazy for doing that. But that's really just all that you do when you're streaming, or at least when I am streaming, I have to say, because maybe the experience differs between streamer and streamer. I'm gonna go for brilliance here. Okay. I got hit by the Skeletal Warrior for 12. That's fine. The Spriggan Skeleton will explode after a couple of turns of Flame Wave. So Flame Wave, Flame Wave, Flame Wave. Excellent. I can't believe that killed the Skeletal Warrior. I was not expecting that. And because I used Brilliance, I don't have mana issues at the moment, which will be pretty sweet because I'm pretty sure that explosion aggravated literally the entirety of the level. Oh, I forgot that Behumed enhances the range of your flame wave. It also enhances the duration, as you can see. Like I can cast it one more for one more turn that I would normally be able to do. Very unique thing that Behumed does for you as a fire elementalist. Hmm. So how are you guys doing tonight? I am doing okay. Turns out that my mom has decided to quit, and I'm very happy for her because her job is pretty miserable. Um, I am a bit concerned about what we're going to do to not starve. Of course, I was like helping with that when it comes to my investments and the stream earnings. But I feel like I'm gonna have to be a bit more flexible with my future job offers, much to my dismay. Um, I have to say that I don't. It's not like I don't take them because of laziness. It's definitely not like that. Like I actually want to work. I don't take them because I think the job functions are just not acceptable. After working in call centers for so long, I don't think I can do it anymore. That's just how it is. And yeah, funny thing, my mom is quitting a call center actually, so she knows the suffering that is to work on a call center. Um, ouch. Okay, yeah, you also have a great sword of flaming. That is tragic. I think maybe I die next turn if I stay next to this skeletal warrior, and I do have regen, so I'm just gonna walk away from it for a while. Yeah, I think by the time I get back, is it closed? Why is it closed? That is so weird. Okay, maybe we can do a bit of pillar dancing here around this pillar. It's not gonna work because the alligator skeleton will flank me. Maybe retreat into this corridor so at least I only get hit by one thing at a time. But yeah, that was the correct thing to do because when we started running away, we had like 30 something HP and now we have well 51. But you know, when I turned around and decided to start fighting this skeletal warrior, I had like 70. So it's not looking so bad. Oh, you have letter armor of fire resistance. That is a very lovely thing to see. I should have noticed that earlier for sure. No wonder it's being so difficult to kill this one skeletal warrior. I'm gonna go for the potion of heal wounds here, and then I think it's probably a good idea to go for static discharge. It is not resistant to electricity, so static discharge does sound pretty good. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Okay, big damage. There we go. We get the kill. That guy got pretty scary for sure. I am going to pick the leather armor up. I don't think I'm gonna put it on, but you never know. And I also don't have access to an item like that outside of here, so I would rather just not like lose it forever in case I do end up needing it. Which fingers crossed for me not needing it. It is a bit disappointing that we found leather armor of fire resistance. Like, why that? There could have been many more things that could have generated here, but instead of that, or instead of those things, we got leather armor fire resistance. Is that seriously it? Wow, really underwhelming, and I would even go as far as to say bad volcano. So we are going to get out of here because I think we're over. I think we are done, so I would like to get out of here. Okay, with that out of the way, we can continue doing layer things, I guess. It's nothing too complicated. We can just sit here. Well, probably that is not a good idea. 13% starburst, however. 6 dice of 8 feels kinda trash. It is not enough damage to kill these death yaks. I would like to see at least, I don't know, 6 dice of 10 or something before I start casting Starburst. It is a bit of a downside of Behemoth because Behemoth does help you cast things earlier than you normally would be able to, but Behemoth doesn't compensate for the spell power that you lose by casting them so early. Um, 77. So I'm gonna try to go for. Oh, never mind. I was thinking about inner flaming, but it is not the correct thing to do because they have such a good willpower, such good willpower that it is very unlikely for me to succeed at hexing them with that. Okay, big explosions with Scorch, or sorry, with Flame Wave. I have to say that Fire Elementalist of Behemoth seems like a natural fit because of the way the Flame Wave range extension works. It is more Flame Wave for less mana, so it is extra good compared to normal range enhancement from Behemoth. You do have to wait until 4 pips of Piety, but I still think that it is really, really good for Behemoth or for a Fire Elementalist to go Behemoth. Um, I think Behemoth has always been like just a generic good god for any mage that wants to not be miserable when killing things, because Behemoth's spells are the best at making you happy when you kill things, because you just press the spell and things die. And yeah, like now he seems especially good for fire elementalists, who already was the class that did exactly that. Happy Day of the Death. Imagine if there was a sprite change on November 1st that made Curse Schools Calaveras. That would be funny. I think Curse Schools are already Calaveras if you think about it, because Calavera literally means skull. So Curse School, Calavera, Calavera Maldita, Curse School. That's what it means in Spanish. So yeah. In a sense, they are already skulls if you think about it, or calaveras, I mean. Um, Okay, I think you use a file and they dissolve. Oh, you mean like the candy ones? Oh yeah, that would be funny. Um, because those things are like super common in Mexico. Um, People use them on their offerings to the dead all the time. By the way, I didn't mention it, but as Star Polemic says, today, November 1st, is a day in Mexico to reminisce and think about the deceased. Yeah, I personally have like not that many people um, that I have had like the disgrace of seeing die in my lifetime. Like an uncle and um, one of my grandma's sister's husband. That's about it. Like no one that I was very close to. I feel like I would have been very close to the uncle who died, and that is the thing that really made me sad when I was a kid and he died. Because he was always like such a cool person, but he ended up dying unfortunately. So we didn't really get to share a lot of time together. But I like his son a lot. His son is one of my favorite people on earth. Yeah, his son is actually my cousin who is studying in New York. I don't really get to see him a lot nowadays, obviously, because he is in New York and I'm here in Mexico City with no passport or visa or money. so, so yeah, it's really hard for me to visit him. I mostly try to see him when he comes back to Mexico um, after or like on like vacation or something. Sorry for like stuttering so much. Um, but yeah, when he comes back on vacation, I try to go visit him. Wow. Okay, I shouldn't melee with this hand axe. I'm probably gonna drop it. Um, yeah, I was thinking about training for the hand axe. It probably is not the correct thing to do. I am going to commit to Starburst. Okay. Of course, fortunately, I got Sticky Flame, and Sticky Flame is a really good way to get rid of monsters very cheaply. In fact, like the ability to put it on monsters and then kite them away is like so powerful, but it is also so whack at the same time that I wouldn't be surprised if it gets removed exactly for that reason. Um, yeah, maybe removing it from the starting book is the first step, and then by 0.29, Sticky Flame is removed. Um, okay, this is okay. This is not a terrible situation. We can just like Osaku's Armor and just like Flame Wave everyone. And as I mentioned before, Behemoth's range enhancement allows you to Flame Wave one more time than you would normally be able to. So it gets you more damage for your mana whenever you cast Flame Wave, which is amazing. Yeah, I am very happy for that. It is mana efficiency and damage increase in a way that doesn't really apply to any other spell, except maybe for Searing Ray. But Searing Ray is kinda whack, and Flame Wave is much better than it. Okay, big armor class, no fire resistance, and not a lot of damage, but big armor class is a good enough reason not to try to fight that guy, even if the potion could be something interesting. Let's check out what I have yet to see when it comes to potions. Experience, invisibility, magic, and might. It is not going to be a potion of experience, and the other ones, I guess they are okay, but they're not like, oh, I need that. If it was guaranteed to be experience, maybe I would do it because experience is at its best at these relatively early stages of the game. Like even though I am experience level 14, it is still a pretty decent thing to have. But it will be might or something silly like that, so I don't need to. I need to open it for the potion of might. Mm. You know what I'm going to do? When I am powerful enough to kill that ghost with like no complications whatsoever, I'm gonna come back and open that vault, and we will see if it was a potion of experience or not. But I am pretty sure that it is a potion of might or invisibility or something silly like that. Okay. Scorch, I guess. Okay, probably put on Osaku's armor. Flame Wave is amazing for dealing with many monsters in an open arena just like this. Did we get a new spell? Or what happened there? Oh, Conjure Ball Lightning. That is a bit of a jump from Hailstorm to CBL. I don't have the resistance, even though I think CBL is a pretty powerful spell. It hits a large area of effect, and it is yeah, it hits a large area of effect for a lot of damage multiple times in a row, but it also deals a lot of self damage. It also is a level 6 in air magic, so I am not too convinced on it. I am already at yeah, 5% on Starburst, 6 dice of 9. So I think I want to turn off Farm Magic and just go full on Conjurations. I feel like that will increase the spell power and lower the failure rate much faster than if I was just training the two of them at the same time. So now we're in a bit of a complicated situation because I don't have the mana to kill these wyverns, but it should be fine. I guess I can drink ambrosia, but I feel like that's a bit of a waste. I cannot run away from them. I have to clarify because they're all like speed 15 and I'm speed 10, being a human. So that wouldn't work. What should we do here? What is the correct thing to do? Well, probably the correct thing to do is to go back in time like 4 turns and not use a Scorch, and instead of that use Flame Wave, and that just killed them all. But it is a bit too late for that now. Ice Blast? Yeah, sure. A bit of self-damage never hurt anyone, except for all those dead people. We're gonna do it again because I feel like it's going pretty good. Oh, it automatically targeted itself in a position where it wouldn't hurt me, but I didn't want that. Okay, I killed the two of them, and the last one just dies to Sticky Flame. Sticky Flame is a lot of mana efficiency as well. But that one is just mana efficient on its own. You don't need Behemoth for Sticky Flame to be extremely mana efficient. Unfortunately, it also takes a while to kill, and it is single target, so it is not the greatest spell in the world against multiple targets, as you can see here against these wolves. Mm, yep. Its efficiency greatly decreases the more enemies that you're facing. Like as you can see, I'm barely. Well, I'm almost out of mana. Just like fighting a single band of wolves here. Okay, I think I can kill. Oh, 2 wyverns. Okay, what is up with all these wyverns on Lair? Okay, I'm just gonna do that, and I'm just gonna do this, and this should kill, and it does kill. That was an unexpectedly high amount of damage, but I'm not gonna complain about it. Is that the entrance to shows? Yeah, of course. A bunch of wyverns in the entrance to shows. It is kinda mean, except not that much. Melee characters can kill those at this stage of the game. Like in Lure, you already should be powerful enough to deal with like eight wyverns. Probably not at the same time, and definitely not if they are surrounding you. But you can deal with them. Um, Ringmail of Willpower. That is very alluring, I have to say. Yeah, it is a significant upgrade over the body armor that I'm currently using, which is Robe of Willpower +0. That is like 7 armor class that appears out of nowhere, kind of. Well, not really. It's more like 5 armor class that appears out of nowhere. The Book of Annihilations, I don't think I care because Behemoth will provide me with that. I don't think I need the money, and the ring theoretically is good because it enhances my fire magic. It also gives me weakness to cold, which is not something that I'm too excited for. Um, but I guess I could theoretically get the ring and put it instead of the ring of 6 intelligence that I have. I have cold resistance already because I'm wearing Scarf of Resistance, so it would turn out to be like a total power increase higher than what I currently have. So theoretically an upgrade. But I am not too sure about that. Hmm. Yeah, I picked up Sandblast and I haven't cast it like once. But I think it's fine because I've also like haven't had to face Hydras like that. But anyway, acquirement. What are we getting? I am torn between the Ringmail or the Ring of Fire with 5 intelligence. Both of them are good for their own reasons, but in the grand scheme of things, like if you compare them to other acquirement items, they are like the two of them, let's be completely honest, are absolute garbage. It's just like for this current character, with the things that we have found in mind, they might be situationally good, but I will inevitably eventually upgrade out of them. So I think I'm just gonna wait on them a bit. We got Blink. That is a very interesting thing to have. Definitely a pretty good, powerful spell to have, even after the nerf. You just started playing this, you haven't even finished the tutorial yet, but you're loving it so far. I am glad to hear that, Cyborg Elf. I hope that you enjoy Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup as much as I have enjoyed it across almost 11 years at this point. It is like, you know what they say, that no game is truly infinitely replayable. I think Crawl is the example of a game that is actually infinitely replayable. Of course, variety is a spice of life, but if I had the option to, like, if I was going to be exiled into an island like Napoleon and I could take a game with me, I would take Crawl because I could do like one run of Crawl a day and be happy with it. This game is crazy addictive. It is pretty good. Yeah, I remember my days where I was like actually addicted to Crawl. I don't think I was ever as like unhealthily addicted to Crawl as I was to NetHack. Like there was this one time where I fainted from lack of food in real life while playing NetHack, and I don't think that ever happened to me with Dungeon Crawl Stones, fortunately. But I feel I picked up the game Crawl after, well, at a point in my life where I was not so vulnerable and self-destructive. Yeah, so maybe that had something to do with that. Europa Universalis 4 is unlimited replayability. Never heard of that. Right now, you're still working on finishing Octopath Traveler, Mines of Moria, and Castle of the Winds. As a kid, a lot. Yeah, my kind of games to play as a kid. I played a lot of Mega Man. I played Mega Man X4 and no X4 and X5 and X6. The one that I liked the least from those three, surprisingly, was X4. I liked X5 and I really liked X6, which is funny because it's like popular opinion that X6 is trash. Um, I kept that in mind and I replayed it like a couple of months ago, X6, and I had a good time still. Like I can see how it's bad, but I don't know. I liked it way more than, for example, X1, which I tried to play and I wasn't able to even get past the second level before because it didn't feel good to me compared to X6. But it might be just because I played X6 in my childhood and I didn't really play a lot of X1. I played it once, but that was it. I didn't like play it a lot. EU4 is grand strategy historical game. Never even seen anything of it. Um, yeah, I assume that it is kind of like Civilization. I've also never seen too much of Civilization, I have to say, but at least I've seen like screenshots of it, and I kind of understand how the game functions. But no, never heard of EU4. And yeah, when it comes to Octopath Traveler, like I saw it, but that kind of game really doesn't appeal too much to my tastes. And I understand that it might be weird coming from a game from a guy who is playing roguelikes, right? From a guy who's playing this kind of game. That's what I wanted to say. But yeah, like RPGs and JRPGs have never really done it for me. Like I've played a couple of them, like Earthbound and Mother 3. I liked Mother 3, but they're just not my favorite genre. I feel like they cannot really be well designed because you cannot any game that allows you to infinitely grind to remove any kind of threat or challenge that the game has to offer is not a well designed game in my opinion. And that applies to a lot of games, unfortunately. I feel like it even applies to modern roguelite games like Hades. Like you just make enough runs and grind your head against the game for long enough, and you will eventually be able to win because the game got easier, not because you got better. And I don't like that. Saying EU4 is like Civilization is like kind of like saying that this is kind of like Final Fantasy 4, just same basic genre but very different kinds of games. I see. Yeah, I still never heard of it. Um, but that it sounds interesting to that there's other games that people would say that have infinite replayability. Of course, having never been exposed to that kind of game, I cannot tell you whether I think that's true or false, but I will take your word on that. Um, EU4 is actually very popular. That is insane. Maybe it's not popular with the kind of people that I'm normally exposed to. When it comes to like friends and streamers and stuff like that, never once heard of anyone mention that kind of game. But I also do not watch a lot of people play like turn-based strategy or like something like that. I guess you could call the kind of genre that Civ is, and by extension EU4 is turn-based strategy, even if they are not. Well, I guess they are turn-based strategy. Yeah. Um, so I think it's probably a good idea to train shields. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on shields now that I have enough success rate to be able to cast the Starburst pretty much at will, 3%. Um, it is a level 6 spell. Now, I do have to say that it was not a level 6 spell provided by Behemoth, so yeah, on that one account, if I had found this with Sif Muna, maybe my Sif Muna character would have done way better than it did. But to be completely fair, Behemoth is already giving me level 6 spells, and I don't think I ever saw one with Sif Muna that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that. And with my current skilling, thanks to Behemoth's very powerful like success rate enhancement, I have like no training in air magic, and it's a 10% chance to fail. So that is just something that was not true with Sif Muna because Sif Muna didn't help me cast my spells. So I think Behemoth is way better because of that. EU4 isn't turn-based; it's real time, so I guess it is more like Age of Empires in that case. Mm. Oh yeah, there is a nice cave here. It might be a good idea to rush it. Okay, being surrounded by frogs is not really that much of an issue if you think about it. At least not to a character with Flame Wave. Yeah, big damage from Flame Wave. It's so good. The fact that it lasts for one more turn than it would normally last, it's really powerful. Like I feel like Fire Elementalist of Behemoth might actually be amazing. Um, yeah, I assume that by the time your starting spells are starting to decay, you will have better spells to fall back on thanks to the almighty grace of Behemoth. I wish you could say the same about Sif Muna. You're addicted to Hades now? You think they did okay balancing difficulty because since it has a real story, they had to let players get through. I tried Hades. I really gave it a try. I'm not a fan of isometric view games. Like I feel like they are kind of my kryptonite, and it is so sad because that studio like makes games that would look pretty cool to me, except for the fact that they are isometric view. Like I feel like if Hades was not isometric view and in a sense not so spammy with its projectiles as it is, I would be way more interested in that game. But it was just not for me. I never completed it. Like I never killed Hades. Um, so yeah, I just left it at that. Um, I've been following that studio since like their first games. I think I have Transistor and Bastion in my Steam account. I don't know if I got them for free or if I bought them because they were really cheap. But I look at them and I try to play them. I'm like, no, I cannot do this. I wish they did something that was not in isometric view, because like their art style and their stories and all that stuff like really appeals to me. Like I'm really into that, but I cannot stomach the gameplay. And to me, the gameplay is like the most important thing. After all, if I wanted to experience a story, I don't think I would be playing a video game. I would be watching a movie or reading some manga or something along those lines. Um, but that's just me. I have a friend. I was actually talking about that with a friend recently, earlier today, and he told me that if a game doesn't have a good, compelling story, it could be the best game in the world, aka Crawl, and he would not really be interested in it. It is kind of a shame because I think Crawl is a great game. Like I think Crawl is about as good as it gets for a single player game. The fact that it is an infinitely replayable single player game is like a miracle. Like that is pretty much unheard of, because you could theoretically have replayable multiplayer games, where like for example League of Legends theoretically is infinitely replayable, but that I feel like multiplayer games like are kind of exempt from the category, and I think I almost missed this ice cave. Okay, we can survive it. I have cold resistance. I'm gonna put on this ring of cold. Mm, yeah, that's fine. We lose a bit of damage on Starburst. Not like Age of Empires at all, actually. Closer to Civilization than Age of Empires. Oh, it is not. You might not even really consider EU4 to be a real game since there are no specific goals. That I do have to say that is something like that is something that I value a lot in my games. Having like a specific start point and a specific end point. Like that is why I like Terraria a lot more than I like Minecraft. Like, well, apart from the fact that Minecraft is 3D and I don't particularly like how it looks, and Terraria is 2D. I prefer 2D games a lot more than 3D games, but I might be biased again by the games that I played in childhood. But yeah, I like that the starting point of Terraria is like so far removed from the end point. And Minecraft does have a start point and theoretically an end point, which is like killing the dragon, right? But it feels like it's way too short, and it's just like there for pretty much no reason that I can tell. And it feels more like Legos. Minecraft really seems like Legos to me. That is not saying that it is bad by any means. Of course, like I also played with Legos as a kid, but I don't know. I don't really consider it a video game. I consider it like a medium of entertainment more than a video game. If 4 does have a specific start point, you usually start in February 11, 1444 as the world sat at that point, and just pick a nation to run the simulation and see what happens over time. That the way that you're describing it really reminds me of like Dwarf Fortress. Um, yeah, I assume that it's something like Dwarf Fortress. Okay. It happens to be pretty good for a fire elementalist to be on an ice cave because I'm just like melting everything. Oh, resistance to electricity. Pretty good thing to have. Let me wield it actually. Um, yeah, I'm not wielding anything, so now I have resistance to electricity thanks to this staff of air. It's meant to be as historically accurate as possible. Mm. That is a fair game to compare to Dwarf Fortress. Kind of a cross of that and Civilization. Yeah. Mm, that is crazy. That is crazy. Really never heard of that. Um, okay. I think maybe this is a bit. No, it's fine. It's fine. That's not a mistake. I just need to not die to this ice statue. But we cannot really kill it in one go. I need to step over here and. You know what? That was a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should have gone over here and tried to kill the ice statue there. Did I get a new spell from Behemoth? Fulminant Prism. Okay, we're gonna pass on that. That is also not what I want to see right now. I would prefer to see something along the lines of Ignition, maybe even Fireball. This run hasn't really relied as much um, inner flame as other runs that I've had before. So I don't think I need Fireball with this character, but I would kind of appreciate having the option to learn Fireball, whether I get it or not. Very steep learning curve. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress also has a very steep learning curve. By the way, I have to mention that Dwarf Fortress is also like really not the kind of game that I enjoy. Precisely because it doesn't really have a start point or an end point. You just like micromanage your guys and hope that they don't all kill each other or kill themselves or like cause your fortress to collapse in one way or another. That's really not my kind of thing. Uh, I am obviously into roguelikes, seeing how I am streaming one of them right now. But I also like games like Terraria, as I mentioned. I like Metroidvanias. I guess I like multiplayer games, like fighting games, but that is like a whole different kind of beast. Still pretty good, however, I have to say. Mm, okay. Yeah, it's kind of important to poison this Draconian or to curary it because this is literally like a SOT enemy, you know? Of course, in SOT it's like kind of a trash enemy, but here, 3 dice of 28, cold breath, even with resistance to cold, it's like no joke. Pretty dangerous. Yeah, it is a Railbird run as in Railbird 80, that Railbird run, you know, Human Fire Elementalist. Except that I tried to do like 3 Sif Muna runs and they were absolutely miserable and I felt so underpowered that I decided to go with Behemoth instead. And the moment I switched to going with Behemoth instead of Sif Muna, like take a look at this guy. Scarf of Resistance, Amulet of Regeneration, Ring of Evasion. I also have a Ring of Intelligence, 2 Scrolls of Acquirement. It's going um, way better than any of my Sif Muna runs. Not gonna lie. Gamma Funk on Reasons. I don't understand what that has to do with anything. But I would like greatly appreciate it if you do describe that to me or like explain why Gamma Funk on reasons. Is does Gamma Funk have something to do with the fact that Sif Muna is trash? Or is that oh wow, that's a pretty great ring. Wow, that ring is absolutely insane. Gamma is a Sif lover. Okay, I that is unexpected. Like, why would you not buff your god if you like it? If it's obviously so trash. But anyway, this is a massive upgrade. Like going from a Ring of Evasion to a Ring of Evasion with 4 intelligence, resistance to electricity, see invisible, and stealth. This ring is like a bomb ring. That's the kind of ring that you wouldn't be able to find if you were playing with Sif Muna. Only Behemoth worshippers get this kind of crazy good loot. I guess because they survived long enough to find it in the first place. But yeah, you've been playing Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I actually when that game released, I was still working like a normal job. I took the day off, like I asked for the day off in advance and everything. And the day it released, I played like 12 hours. Unfortunately, back then I was not really a streamer, or I was not a streamer yet. I really thought about streaming that on release day, but with like no viewer base or anything, like I would have gotten literally 0 viewers, and I would have spoiled my experience a bit to like be feeling like I have to entertain people because at the end of the day, that's what it feels when you stream. You want to capture the people that are watching and like make it an interesting and engaging experience for them. And I am glad that I didn't stream it actually. I like streaming games where I'm doing more than just playing the game, where I can like provide positive feedback on the game or like provide my thought process and expertise. Specifically when it comes to crawl, that's something that I can do quite well. So yeah, I don't think I would stream like games that I don't know about or like blind playthroughs. It's really not my thing. I've tried kind of before, I think, but no, not my thing a bit. Such no Lomlobot. I don't want to have that bot, but I do want to have like the learn database on my stream. I just don't want to have to ask for it every time I stream because I literally stream 4 times a week. Like I don't remember. I don't remember that. Would you like an in-game viewer too? What do you mean by in-game viewer? I really don't know what you mean by that. Uh, oh, you can ask for that in Taos chat. Interesting. Unfortunately, like I don't have the need to use the bot. Are you playing the online version? I am playing the online version. I am playing on a server. In fact, I have a message that I want to check because I recently learned how to do that on stream. But I play console. Let me show you real quick. This is how the game looks like to me. And I this is how I've been playing the game since I started playing the game almost 11 years ago. But I understand that people are not really appealed by that. Like that doesn't really capture people. They're like, what is going on? What the hell are you doing? Are you hacking the net? Um, so what I do is I play on console and I spectate my own game in tiles. And I think I just lost any chance that I had to check the message. It was probably Beam or a Seam, whatever it's called, the bot that lets you do what Grief Gamer just described. So yeah, that's why I played tiles. In fact, next week, in a week from now, I am going to be doing a special run because I got bribed by one of my very generous viewers, and I am going to be playing tiles only, like one character from start to finish, or rather, a couple of characters from start to win on tiles only. Like I'm not gonna be playing console. It is something that I've never done because when I started playing there was no web tiles when I started playing, and I wanted to play online. I also had the experience from NetHack already, so I knew how to play console, and I was like comfortable with playing console. So it was not really an issue for me to play in console. But with the passage of time, the tiles got better, and web tiles started to exist, and web tiles also itself got better. So now I would say that there's the vast majority of the player base plays in web tiles instead of playing in console, or at least the ones that play online. Tiles give some advantages sometime. Must be a different server that you're on. You can see me online. I am playing in Kelby. Yeah, I am playing in Kelby. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Behemoth is amazing, especially with Flame Wave. Like Behemoth lets you channel Flame Wave for one more turn that you would normally be able to, and that is, in my opinion, absolutely insane. Like unbelievably good. Hmm. I'm very glad that I have this ring of protection from cold equipped because even with it, I still got hit for 21 by this Rhyme Drake. Wow, it also got a garbage roll of Sticky Flame. Like, that was 4 turns of Sticky Flame. Pretty trash damage, I have to say. Sometimes the Sticky Flame one-shots the monsters, literally, and sometimes it's just very underwhelming. Okay, a lot of evasion. I wonder if it will... Okay, 76% chance to hit with Sandblast. 3 and 4, let's go. Hey, it hits and it kills, of course. Um, so this character has 2 scrolls of acquirement already, which makes me more pressured to read it. I think I'm gonna read or I'm gonna get the Ringmail of Willpower because it's like 5. At this point, it's more than 5 armor class because I already trained some armor. I trained some armor in anticipation to acquiring this, so I could cast my things without like training more armor, putting on rings of intelligence, that kind of stuff. Um, that was yeah, like on Abyss when you can see where you can tell when the rune is near. I wish there was like symmetry between tiles and console in the amount of information that tiles and consoles gets. But yeah, even with all those improvements and upgrades and even advantages that sometimes tiles get, I am still a fan of console because first, it is what I've been playing for 11 years. I think at this point I don't really want to learn tiles. And after that, like, there's just more visual clarity to me. There's also more customization. Probably there's like an equivalent of what I'm about to say on tiles, but in console I can literally change the glyphs of the monsters and the glyphs of everything. Truly, like I can just make any one thing look like whatever I want it to look like. And I don't know if the same is true for tiles. Even if there was, I already have all those configuration changes on my RC file for console, so I don't know if I want to have them for tiles. You can make yourself a Kraken on tiles. If you let me know how to do it, like how to change my glyph on tiles, I'll do it. I just don't know what I have to add to my RC file. Um, as long as it doesn't change anything on console, I have to say, because I like how it looks on console. But anyway, I'm gonna acquire this. I'm gonna wear it. And yeah, everything is still perfectly castable. And I happen to gain a fair amount of armor class. I think I went from 7 to 14. And obviously I keep the willpower. That's why I acquired the ring mail. Now, the second scroll of acquirement that we got, that's a pretty alluring chainmail, very highly enchanted. But I feel like that is a bit above and beyond the heavy or the weight of the armor that I can wear at the moment. Um, of course, I would gain 10 armor class, but I'm pretty sure it would A, nuke my spells, and B, nuke my evasion. So I definitely cannot put that on. You have a ghost viewer there now? Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Ask Star Polemic. I will ask Star Polemic about that at a later date, and that is, of course, if I don't forget about it. There is no guarantee about that. I tend to forget about things quite a lot. I do not think I care about those. The Staff of Fire, yeah, I'm gonna acquire the Staff of Fire. It is just a straight up more damage. I already got resistance to electricity from the ring that I found in that ice cave, the absolutely insane ring that I found in that ice cave. So, a Staff of Fire it is, and Staff of Fire gives me 100% power on Foxfire and Scorch, and it also greatly enhances everything else. I guess a Starburst went from 6 dice of 10 to 6 dice of 11s. I guess it's better than nothing. Mm. Okay, Flame Wave, because it doesn't check evasion. The fact that it doesn't check evasion is so good. I love it. I wonder if I should replace the Ring of Protection from Cold with something else. What I should do, however, is drop this Ring of Protection from Fire. Yeah, I feel like I want to put on the Ring of Intelligence just to see how much the damage changes. It does change a bit. It's now 6 dice of 12 Starburst and 3 dice of 15 Flame Wave. Not bad, especially considering that it will happen 4 times for 8 mana total. That is so good. Such a good value on the mana. Let me drop that. Let me drop this. We can continue now. I have a bunch of unidentified things that I want to identify. Oh, we found brand weapon. There was a reason for me to want brand weapon. Oh yeah, it was on another character that died the other day. Okay, Josephine with her raids should be an easy fight for me. You have Archmagi. If I didn't care about my willpower, I would definitely be into that Archmagic thing. Okay. Yep, easy peasy. And I tanked a couple of explosions there, but I do have 2 pips of fire resistance and 19 armor class with Osokubu's armor, so that doesn't really, it's not something that will kill me, the explosions from Inner Flame. At least not with those defenses and resistances. Okay. I feel so much powerful than I ever felt with any of the Sif Muna characters that I played last week. Um, I feel like if you want to play a fire elementalist, you should really seriously consider going with Behemoth because it feels way more powerful than Sif Muna. So yeah, maybe the key to streaking 2 human fire elementalists is to go Behemoth and not Sif Muna. It's just what I'm thinking. Okay. Starburst. Flame Wave. There is a downside to Flame Wave, I have to say, and that is that it forces you to stay still. Sometimes it can be a big issue, as for example, when dealing with that good old Catoble pass. Ouch. Okay, that's not good. Getting barbed next to a dire elephant means that I cannot really walk away from it because it deals a ton of damage to walk while barbed. So I'm gonna re-teleport because this is not looking safe to me. Then I'm gonna like just hold my ground and fight. Okay. Alrighty, quickie teleports. Funnily enough, it seems to me that whenever you don't need it to be quick, whenever you're teleporting very preemptively at full HP, pretty much, it triggers almost immediately. But whenever you're like, okay, I'm at half HP, I'm gonna re-teleport, and then the next turn you take like 20% of your maximum HP in damage. I feel like that's the time where teleport takes like 4 or more turns to trigger. And it feels bad, but I guess that's part of the game. That's the fun of it, the fact that teleport is not consistent. Um, Alrighty, I think I can drop the poison darts. I don't see myself using them anymore. We can go to Orc now that we have conquered Lure. Okay, I have to say that with my equivalent character of Sif Muna, I was the 2 times that I had a character that kinda did well of Sif Muna, the 2 times I wasn't able to do Lair 6 the moment I saw it. Like I actually had to go do Orc or D15 before doing Lair. Um, but this character steamrolled through Lair like very easily. And wow, like Flame Wave with Behemoth, so good. Such an amazing spell. Such an amazing combination, I have to say. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a Kite Shield soon, and I do have a manual of shields, so let's go. Just train this to 15. Yeah, how many scrolls of acquirement we have found with this character? I think we have found a fair amount of them already. By the way, look at my mana. I have almost full mana after I've been killing all of these guys. Thanks to Behemoth's mana on kill, keeps me very well fed, I guess. Gives me enough gas to just win a fight, and look at my mana. Like, I still have 2/3 of my mana. It is crazy. Of course, that is like a special situation where it's just like a bunch of monsters that don't really pose that much of a challenge if you really think about it. It's just a bunch of orcs, and unfortunately, a two-headed ogre that makes me slightly nervous because it hits really hard. I guess we can cast a Succubus Armor. I have 19 evasion. I'm gonna rely on it. Irradiate. Okay, we're getting that, obviously. Irradiate is one of my pet spells. I think of it as a really, really powerful hard carry spell. I would say that this character is already good enough that it doesn't need it. But passing on Irradiate feels kinda like blasphemy to me. Like, I don't know if I'm capable of passing on Irradiate. And because of that, I am going to get it. Now, we don't really care about weapons with this character. We have very powerful magic, so I'm going to delay that a bit. Chances are good that I just don't get spells or weapons altogether with this character, or maybe just end up using my current staff. I could train a bit of staves and a bit of evocations to be able to use that, but I am not sure about that. Now, I don't care about any of those things. Maybe about the Randard robe, but it is a robe at the end of the day. Using a robe is not the best idea for most species. You can kind of get away with it if you are a gargoyle because they get 20 armor class at experience level 27. So gargoyle is like the ideal species for using all those trash on Randards like the Robe of Vines or like the Skin of Zor or Krya's Mailcoat. You know, all those that are like not that good because they give you trash armor class, but they have very powerful effects. Like for example, with the Robe of Vines, you get 3 HP per turn. which is absolutely mind-boggling. 1 HP per turn is already powerful enough that I'm using it on this character. I would definitely love to have 3 HP per turn, if only it didn't come bundled with like literally not having armor class. That, in my opinion, makes the Robe of Vines pretty much unusable for most species. Okay, so I know this bolt has a Warlord. I need the Warlord to appear. But we can kill everything really easily. Like, most of these guys don't really pose much of a threat. The only dangers here come from the Sorcerer getting a lucky 13% paralyze, and maybe a Priest smiting me like a bunch of times in a row, but that is probably not gonna happen. Because I think I one-shot it, like I just straight up one-shot it. And there it is, the Warlord. So what we're going to do now, well, finish channeling that because I'm channeling it, and then read Immolation, and then cast it again. And cause some chain reactions here. Something makes me think, yeah, they're not really feeling like walking towards me. Maybe I should have waited a bit on casting, on reading Immolation. Okay, move towards here. Oh, this is the Warlord. Okay, it's just straight up walking towards me like a chat. That Warlord doesn't particularly care about the fire. Kind of a mistake in my opinion, but sure. Okay, you have a bunch of armor class too. Maybe it is not a good idea to use Flame Wave on you. Okay, we're gonna do that. Then I'm thinking about Flame Wave again. It wouldn't really hit anything, even at its maximum length, because like everything is all the way over there. So I'm thinking Starburst instead. Starburst hits this orc and also potentially hits the Warlord, and it causes an explosion that kills these 3 guys. So yeah, I'm thinking about the most mana efficient thing to do right now. So Starburst feels like that. Big damage on the Warlord. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Warlord just straight up died soon. Yeah, exactly like that. The rest of these guys don't pose that much of a threat. So it is funny to see like how this character is so powerful compared to the previous character. Both of them actually being human fire elementalists, and the only difference being the god and the loot. Let's be completely fair. This character has gotten such better loot on the floor than my previous character. But I think the bulk of the power that comes from this character comes from Behemoth, because the Behemoth is really allowing me to get away with casting some weird things that I wouldn't really be able to cast if it was not for the fact that I have Behemoth, like Starburst at this early stage of the game. I haven't really been casting it a lot, but still, it is an option that I don't think I would have if I was not with Behemoth. And the Sif Muna character kind of struggled to cast level 4 spells. I feel like that character struggled to do everything. So yeah, I do not miss that character one bit. So yeah, if you're not following the channel already, I would appreciate it if you considered following. Of course, I understand that you may not want to do so for some reason, but it would help me if you wanted to follow. I would appreciate it. Sniper and Majimbo. Ooh, I don't think I wanna. I don't think I wanna get Majimbo. Thank you for following, Cyborg. I hope that you have been enjoying the content so far. It is strange to see you as a human fire fighter focusing on fire spells. I am a fire elementalist. Yeah, there it is. Human fire elementalist, not fighter. Fighter is F-I. F-E is fire elementalist. I think this character really wants to get that Scroll of Fear, so I'm gonna buy it. I don't think there's anything that I really want to identify. Well, there's a couple of unidentified potions here. I'm gonna buy the 2 of them because we have to remember that I have 4 potions yet to be. No, 3 potions now, I think. One of which is experience. Yeah, experience and mana are the potions that I have not identified. So no matter what it is, 20 gold for one of those two potions is well worth the money. Even if it's probably mana. I'm gonna go ahead right now and say that it is mana. I am gonna be pleasantly surprised if it turns out to be experience, but it is also not necessary. And being experience level 16. mm the more experience level you have, the less good potion of experience becomes. It like negatively scales with your character. If you find it on D1, for example, it's gonna be absolutely insane. But if you find it at this stage of the game, it's not gonna be nearly as good. And if you find it on experience level 27, it's like drinking a potion of curing, pretty much, in the sense that you think it does something, but it actually doesn't really do a lot for you, except for status effects, I guess. Technically, you are a fighter. At least the title the game put you on is fighter. Oh yeah, because I have 12 fighting. I guess 12 fighting does make you a fighter. That makes sense. You do think the level cap should probably be higher? I don't think so. I think the game is pretty well balanced as it is. Now, something that you may be thinking is that, well, you reach experience level 27 way too fast. In the current version of the game, I'm playing Trunk, right? Oh, my link to my Discord is here. There you go. So in Trunk, you gain less experience. You may be thinking, well, your experience level 16 in Orc, how come you gain less experience? Um, I am a human. Humans gain way more experience than most other things in the game. Like they have +1 experience, and that's as high as it gets. So at least on the experience department, humans are very well set off. Um, but yeah, the amount of experience that I have right now is not what a normal character would have. I feel like a normal character would be experience level 15 by now after clearing the orc, not 16. And it will only be more noticeable as the game progresses because the bulk of the experience nerf was made for like depths and sort. 27 is also an odd number to stop at. 27 is a very emblematic number for Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Um, so in the before times, way back in the day, there used to be 27 levels of the dungeon. Um, there's also like Lear's Hallberg, which is a plus 27 body armor that has some very exotic requirements. And yeah, there's like a long history of crawl and the level 27 or the number 27, so that's why it stops at 27. It's always been 27. Like 27 is also the maximum for all skills. You can like try to set a stop, let's say on bows, let's say 30, right? And it gets defaulted to 27 because 27 is the maximum. But we're not training bows with this character. It's just an example. Um, so yeah, you could see it being different based on different dungeon types. Mm. Yeah, no problem when it comes to Link Canine. And yeah, boss dear, we're doing that. I hope that you are looking forward to it. Um, it was sponsored by a very generous member of the community, and so we shall please the viewers. And by the way, I have like a way to vote. Yeah. Oh yeah, the command says that join your Discord to vote on one out of 5 possible characters and to be notified of when that run will start. Um, I will start that particular character between 2 and 3 hours earlier than I would normally stream because I am assuming that it will take me a couple of attempts to win because tiles. But I have committed to not ending the stream until I win that character. Of course, it will be a 3 runner. Like I'm not doing 15 runes, neither in tiles nor off tiles. Like not in console, not in tiles. Yeah, I don't like 15 runners that much. But anyway, we have done Orc, we have done Lair. Let's go finish the dungeon. Was there a... Oh, look at that! D12 had a gauntlet. That's pretty sweet. Um, Wait, I have some messages in tiles. Let's take a look at them real quick. Interact. Let's click on here. Ah, I actually have people talking. That's interesting. Hello all. Boy, oh boy, you could use that willpower. Uh, Let me inscribe my weapon with the usual twitch.tv/9setter. Alrighty. I hope that you all enjoy what you have seen so far. I greatly appreciate the fact that there's people like tuning in pretty much every stream at this point. I do remember that when I started, and pretty much before I switched to this time schedule, I had streams where like I had 1 or 2 viewers, and if I got lucky, I got 3 viewers. So it feels nice to see that for the better part of this year, we have had a very consistent number of viewers on pretty much every stream that I make. So thank you for the support, and I am very glad to notice that you all enjoy what I do. At the end of the day, I only do what I do because I want to bring joy to people and like make them get better at this. By the way, this is a crazy gauntlet. There's 3 rendered pieces of armor: boots, hat, and helmet, which is pretty crazy because I need better boots, a better hat, and a better helmet, I guess. Yeah, boots, hat, and helmet. I said right. Funny thing that helmet and hat are pretty much the same thing, so they're kind of competing with each other. Okay, and now, oh wow, okay, well we know where we are going. Helmet and boots in that gauntlet. Okay, we are doing that. Um, and I see that it's one of these gauntlets that lets you like shuffle between them. That's pretty sweet. So I could theoretically do this room if it's easier, and then do the final 2 for the Randarts. Oh, I am feeling pretty good about this character. Oh yeah, look at that. It's so easy. It's only a Moth of Rat and 3 wolves. We can do that anytime. Um, yeah, Berserk wolves are like not really a threat to this character. Um, oh, that is sick. This is going so well. I have to say, I'm very pleased with what this character has going for it so far. It is so much better than the last couple of characters that I've played. So obviously we don't want to fight in the line of fire of the Oklov. Um, the helmet is kind of trash, but obviously it is better than a +0 helmet, so I'm still gonna pick it up. And I'm gonna put it on after I kill this acid dragon. Um, we can drop this, because I wouldn't enchant it anyway. I would just wait for a better one, even if it killed me, which, funnily enough, it has happened before. How goes the gauntlet? It's going surprisingly well, believe it or not. And Simulacrum. Okay, Simulacra is pretty easy and safe too. I'm just gonna put on the Ring of Cold Resistance for safety. Let's go in. Okie dokie. Yep, this was a free gauntlet. Ooh, ooh, that is sick, dude. I can't believe it. Okay, so there's one bad thing about that, and that is the fact that it gives me -5 intelligence, but it also gives me fire resistance, willpower, and regen. So instead of using that, I can just put on this ring instead of the ring of cold resistance. And we do lose the 1 pip of fire resistance that the boots give me, but I end up gaining 1 intelligence, 6 dexterity, poison resistance, willpower, regen, and what else? What else did we get from that? No, never mind. It's only willpower and regen. Okay, yeah. I was getting too excited. But yeah, this character is so crazy right now. Like, the ring mail, I can already throw it away because I got 2 different great items of willpower. The loot that this character has is out of this world. I am probably going to... Ooh, hat of willpower. Ooh, interesting. Especially considering how the weakest part of my gear is probably that helmet, or I guess the buckler. But yeah, I'm gonna pick it up. Maybe use it. Okay, now it is going to be important not to die to the Minotaur, of course. Mm, okay, Staff of Conjuration, Kite Shield, Javelins. Well, to begin with, that Kite Shield will be mine after I kill that guy. Let's try to net it. Thank you for following. I don't know who that is, but thank you for following. Trend Offender, thank you for following. We got the net on the Minotaur, which means that the Minotaur won't be able to block. We can go for Curer now. Come on. Triple miss? Okay, no, not triple miss this time around. Walk towards it, Sticky Flame, also Globus Armor, Flame Wave, Flame Wave, Flame Wave, and then it's death. And I have a Kite Shield as a reward. And I guess I also am going to carry around the staff because I may not be able to, or I may not find another Staff of Conjuration in the whole game, and I may want to use it. I'm gonna drop the boots, even though I could enchant them. I am not going to enchant them, and I am also very unlikely to just like replace the boots that I currently have for +2 normal boots. Um, Gonna drop this Ring of Poison Resistance. It might be a bold choice, but I don't think that I want to take off the ring that I just got. Does the standard game have a gauntlet? It does have a gauntlet. It is not a thing that normally spawns. Like it's not guaranteed, but it is there. Like it is. It has been there for a while. Um, Saw you in game chat. Hey, thank you for coming into the stream from the game chat. I feel like if people want to spectate in the game chat, like they would be better off just like watching me on Twitch because I provide voice commentary and like they can interact with me much better than they would be able to through the Tiles chat. I also don't play Tiles, I play console, so I never get to see those messages. In fact, this would be or like I feel like you got lucky because I noticed that I had a message and I checked it. I pretty much never do that because I don't notice. But yeah, thank you for jumping into the stream. Um, you just coming back from playing back in high school, trying to pick it back up. Hey, I also started when I was in high school 10 years ago. You found me on Twitch and you thought it was a gold mine. You figured I was a streamer from the Anons. From the Anons? No. I feel like that would be someone else who also happens to stream this. But no, I am not from the Anons. I am just me. Um, oh, you figured I would be a streamer from the Anons. That's what you meant, that I would be streaming the game because I have a lot of anonymous people watching on console? Ah, I get it now. Randoms in chat, I mean. Yeah, I got it, I got it. Thank you, Grief Gamer, for clarifying. I don't think I want to carry this Wand of Flame. I feel like being a farm mage, that feels very redundant, so we're gonna leave it on the floor. I do want to pick up the miscellaneous Bokoballs. So what else do we get rid of? Unfortunately, it's gonna be permanently get rid of. Mm, hmm. Maybe the potions of flight can go away. And I'm thinking maybe no attraction. Attraction has to be it, right? Ah, but it could be useful. Cirque? Yeah, maybe Cirque. Cirque is like I shouldn't Cirque with this character. I have no melee. Oh, I already have a lightning rod. In that case, I'm gonna pick up the Cirque. When you say on console, what does that mean? Okay, this is how the game looks like to me. That's what I see all the time. This is how I've been playing Crawl since 2011. This is how I learned to play Crawl, and this was only the only way to play Crawl when I started playing online. I mean, I guess you could get tiles offline, but offline, who plays offline? It is pretty cool to have online because you get to keep track of your stats and everything, and like you can even reminisce of cool old characters that you won and like it's very easy for people to like give you advice if you're playing online. They can jump into your game and like watch you and provide feedback or like even recommendations. Kind of backseaty in a way, but it's only if you ask for it. And the same is not really true for playing offline. It's much more complicated. But anyway, back to tiles we go. Of course, it needs to load, and there we go. It only needs to load because of the way that it works. The way I stream this is that I spectate my own game in a tiles chat or like in a window. I play in console. but I capture the window that expectates my console game in tiles, and that's how I can play console, but you guys see tiles. Um, I didn't make a clip of the explanation and make a chat command. We can do that. In fact, I would have greatly appreciated if you made the clip right about now. I would definitely add it as a command. But if you don't, just in case that you don't, let me add a marker so I remember to do it off stream. Where is the marker button? Where is the marker button? Add marker. Okay, there we go. You see that smart actually? Yeah. I figured that, well, when I started streaming this, like I played console and no one ever watched. Like actually, I don't think I ever went to 2 viewers from that. So I figured, well, maybe let's try streaming tiles. And I started streaming tiles and I actually got a bit of people. Of course, that was back in the day when I streamed in the mornings. So a bit of people meant like 4 or 5 viewers instead of the 0 or 1 that I was actually getting. Um, You've played a lot of console-style bands, but you think this game does a great job with the tiles. Yeah, but I already spent too much time playing console. I love how console looks and how customizable. Customizable? I don't know how to pronounce it in English. But I love the fact that you can customize it so much. That's what I meant. Um, I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop this and this, and amnesia as well can go. Torment and vulnerability. I'm tempted to drop some of these ones because I don't have any evocations skill, and specifically Mind Burst and Charming are not particularly too good, and they're also kind of redundant if you think about it. Being a fire elementalist, like I have a lot of very damaging things that I can do from afar, much better than training evocations and trying to cast some spell or trying to shoot some wands. That would be like the last ditch resource when I don't have any mana. um, Frankly, there are very few roguelike games that have as good as graphics as this does. Yeah, I think that is the case for both console and tiles. Console does have some very pretty effects sometimes, especially with clouds or other shimmering things. I feel like most of the roguelikes just don't pay that much attention to that detail. Broke being the exception, I have to say, because Broke looks absolutely incredible. It is also pretty difficult and kind of obscure. There's not a lot of resources on Broke, or at least there were not a lot of resources last time I tried to play Broke. That's why I never won it, but I do admire it. You've attempted to find games like this, and there's none like it. Depends on what you mean by games like this. If you mean roguelikes, there is a fair amount of roguelikes, I have to say. Oh, I forgot to learn Irradiate, and it's already gone. Ah, that is disappointing. I hope that I won't need it. I feel with the way this character is going, I don't think I will actually need it. Like, look at that. I have 3 regen per turn. That is incredible, like astonishing. I can't believe that I have so much willpower with this guy, or well, so much willpower and so much regen. Oh, look at that! This guy hits for 50. We are not doing that, not for a while. Yeah, probably not ever, unless I really need that scroll of immolation. But I don't think I will. I have to say that I got pretty lucky with the fact that I didn't go into D12. Until after doing Lair and Orc. Normally, I'd go into D12 before doing Lair, and that gauntlet before D12 would have been exponentially more difficult than it turned out to be, and dangerous as well. It would have been way more dangerous. Um, but fortunately, it was the opposite. It turned out to be a very easy gauntlet, especially because one of the most alluring bolts had Simulacra, which we just like murder, like free, because we have fire magic. So yeah, time to upgrade into the Kite Shield. I feel, yeah, it's pretty good. 5% chance to miscast a Starburst. This is like the worst one. Um, You've never run into a gauntlet, only ice caves and whatnot. There was so much loot inside. Yeah, the way the gauntlet works is that you are given options of what gauntlet you want to attempt or which rooms you want to attempt in some of them, and there's like loot there to lure you in. But if you go in, you will either like have to go through the gauntlet, maybe beat the monsters, like kill them or like sneak past them and pick up whatever loot you can, and at the end of the gauntlet, you will have to fight a Minotaur. Inside the gauntlet, you cannot teleport because if you could teleport, you could just like clear one gauntlet and then re-teleport and then hopefully land in a position where you would be able to clear the other gauntlet. So you cannot teleport. So you either clear the gauntlet and kill the Minotaur, or get killed by the gauntlet, or get killed by the Minotaur, or see everything and be like, you know what, I'm not doing this, and then just get out. You have four options when it comes to the gauntlets. Of course, the ideal thing to happen there would be to just kill everything, but sometimes that is not a real possibility. You haven't even played a real game of this yet. Ah, you should do so right now. At least that is my recommendation, because I think Crawl is a pretty good game. But I do understand that you may only want to watch and not play yourself. I have that happen a lot with specifically Kaizo Mario. Like, I watch a fair amount of Kaizo Mario streamers, and I find it enjoyable and very pleasant to look at. But I don't think I would be interested in playing it myself because I don't really like platforming that much. Even though I think Mario World platforming feels pretty good. I've played that myself a couple of times, so that I do like a bit. Ooh, we have Nessus and we don't have any Hex ones. That could be an issue. I guess I could just go upstairs, but that's lame. And maybe I'm being too bold here, but I think I can kill everything except for Nessus, because Nessus I think will actively like stay away from me, and that is obviously an issue. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Succubus armor. There we go. And again, Nessus blink to the edge of line of sight. It's probably a good idea to get out of here now, because I was not anticipating Azrael's band, so I think I want to get out of this level indeed. Yeah, I can kill all of these guys, but I cannot kill all of that at the same time. That field when your Lair Ice Cave has Caustic Strike Simulacra. Is that a thing that can happen in Lair? That is insane. Like, Caustic Strike Simulacra will kill you. Will kill any Lair character. Like, I could be a Fire Elementalist and go in and see one of those, and I would be like, you know what? I am out of here. A single one, because they're crazy. Like, those things are absolutely insane. They deal so much cold damage and they move so fast. That they're more likely to kill you than you are, even with fire magic. You survive, but you have to use lots of resources. Yeah, that sounds like. Hopefully, you have like a hex wand and some evocations skill to like hex it, and, or like a lot of ground on it to try to maybe kill it with fire. But yeah, melee character has like no chance. Even a melee character with cold resistance. 2 days ago, you finally grabbed your first orb, then immediately got banished to the abyss and died. Oh, if you stick around for long enough, you will see me grab the orb. In fact, I think it will happen today. It's only 8 p.m. for me, and I usually go until around midnight, so it is enough time for me to finish a run. I feel like I play at a fair enough pace after like literally years of playing, and this character looks pretty good already, so I think this character will be a winner. Okay, I think we can use Ice Blast here without any skill training on it, just because it is good at killing these fire elementals. They're weak to cold, so yeah, there we go. Turns out humans are pretty good. I don't think that has much to do with being a human, personally. I think the bulk of the power of this character comes from Behemoth allowing me to cast things like Starburst, which is my heaviest hitter, and also like extending the range of the flame wave. That is super powerful and like so stealthily strong. That is that. And also the fact that I have crazy good loot. Just look at that. Like, that is insane. I have, well, the helmet is as meh. And the ring mail, the kite shield, the staff of fire are kind of meh. Scarf of resistance, pretty good. The gloves, incredible. Like, I don't think I will find better gloves than this, even if they are +0. Like, I don't particularly care too much about that. I care about the regen and the willpower, and the boots are the same. They also have regen and willpower. The intelligence -5 is pretty whack considering that I am a spellcaster, but the fire resistance allows me to wear this ring that gives me weakness to fire, but 6 intelligence, 6 dexterity, and poison resistance. So I needed I want the dexterity, I needed the poison resistance, I don't need the fire resistance, and the intelligence, it's compensated by like my items kind of synergize with each other in the sense that like now my stats are crazy good for a character at this stage of the game without being a Chevriados worshipper, right? So yes, it's feeling crazy powerful. Um, I'm having a good feeling about this character is what I'm trying to say. I'm very excited for it indeed. Okay. So how do we kill these things? Because they're immune to or resistant to electricity. I assume that static discharge wouldn't do a lot. I guess sandblast. Sandblast is actually like a smarter way to kill them. There we go. Flame wave to kill the ugly thing. Oh, it didn't die from one. Okay. And then Sandblast to kill the other fire elemental. Alright, that is something that I have to keep in mind. Sandblast is pretty good for that kind of monster that is fire immune. I wonder if it will be good enough for dealing with Azrael, however. So normally that vault is like dangerous enough that you may not want to do what I'm currently doing, even without the inclusion of Azrael. But Azrael like adds another layer to the danger. But I still think that this character is incredibly powerful, and it doesn't really have to fear that. Oh, it's the same. It's the same bolt, of course, because it has 2 downstairs. I shouldn't have done that probably, but it doesn't really matter because the character is insane. Anyway, last downstairs, and now we don't have to deal with that for a while. I think Azrael combined with Nessos is like reasonably dangerous. Normally, I wouldn't really worry about Nessos because Nessos is very strong but has one very big weakness, and that is the fact that he doesn't have like a lot of willpower. So it is very easy to kill Nessos if you have a wand of paralysis or a wand or any form of confusion or something along those lines. Like, he's super weak to hexes. Next time we see him, I'm gonna try to go for inner flame just to showcase how weak to hexes he is. Azrael is scary, however, because of the torment. Well, not torment, the damnation that he has. I saw deals no damage. Huh. Okay, well, it's fine. He's not resistant to electricity, so maybe the better way to kill him would be to go for good old static discharge here. Okay, it's feeling pretty good. The power of variety. Oh, I got hit for 39 by damnation. I guess that's kind of what happens when you don't have good damage output. Azrael is almost dead, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna go for the heal wounds, however, just to play it safe. And now we are completely outside of the range of damnation. It can deal a maximum of 60. Yeah, Hurl Damnation can deal a maximum of 60 if you get like a really unlucky messed up roll. So I don't think it would happen anyway. But I prefer to be outside of that range in case it does happen. Come on, just die already. Thank you. Alrighty. The Tango Warrior is a joke compared to Azrael, however, so yeah, even with a highly enchanted glaive, I think the bulk of the damage there was coming from Damnation. You wish you could take all of my knowledge and put it inside your brain? Well, here's the thing. My knowledge comes from literally almost 11 years of playing the game. It takes a while to learn these kinds of things, and it is also not like a painful experience to learn these kinds of things about the game in the first place. So you should probably focus on enjoying the journey, not like trying to rush to the destination, because well, there is no real destination in Crawl if you think about it. Even the best players in the world, like Yermak, still have games where they die. It's all a matter of being able to take the challenge in a different way and being able to win characters that you wouldn't be able to win in the first place. Like maybe at my skill level, for example, the last character that I played, last stream, if you want to go and check last stream, that character was absolutely miserable. And it is very obvious that I'm still not at the skill level where I can win that kind of character consistently. Probably it is like a patience issue. Like I feel like I get pretty impatient if my character is trash. It may be trash because maybe I made a mistake when skilling, or maybe the game literally didn't give me anything to make that character better. In that character, I feel like it was a bit of the two of those. Not gonna lie, but but eventually there will be the point where you can have that character and you can drive it to a victory, and then it feels good. It is miserable to get to the win, but it feels good when you realize, hey, that was messed up, and I made it. So yeah, that's part of the journey. Like it wouldn't be pleasing if you didn't have all the failures in the first place. I feel like that's how it is with crawl. The key to learning crawl is years of practice. The game is changing all the time too, isn't it? Well, yeah, but the thing is that the core of the game doesn't change. It's only the dangers that the game throws at you. Like, for example, a couple of years ago, like actually a fair amount of years ago, there were no like Iron Brand Convokers in Bolt and no Bolt Wardens. So when they were introduced, I was like, wow, this thing can lock you in a room with other monsters? That's messed up. But it is all a matter of learning how dangerous the thing is and how to deal with that. And of course, that varies between character to character. Like, for example, a very strong melee character is gonna be like, oh, I am not trapped in here with you. You are trapped in here with me, and just murder everyone. Like spin to win with an axe and just like murder everything. For example, well, there's that. That's a melee character, a strong one. A character like mine, if I got trapped in a room, I would be like, okay, that's kind of bad. And depending on whether any one of the monsters that I'm trapped in has either good damage output or fire resistance, I may want to take the fight with Flame Wave and maybe like Inner Flame, stuff like that, or just straight up like go into panic mode and teleport away. We got Ignite Poison. Do we have Toxic Radiance? We do not, unfortunately. Well, I will keep Ignite Poison in mind because Ignite Poison Toxic Radiance wins you. Doesn't quite win you the game, but it does make it like exponentially easier for you to win. You think Balls has the best enemy design in the game? Yeah, Balls has a bunch of very unique enemies that are dangerous, and the best part about it is that they are not immediately dangerous in obvious ways to the player. They are dangerous for sure, but it's not like Bolt Warden that just hits really hard and also locks you in. It's like, for example, the Convokers just like pull a bunch of things from the level. That's super dangerous, but it's not obvious to a player that only takes a look at like, for example, the first part of that. Like if you only look at the amount of damage that a monster can deal, they don't appear that dangerous. But it is when you realize, oh, that can happen, that it becomes more dangerous. But I think the most deceptively dangerous monster in Bolts is actually the Sentinel. Obviously not Hell Sentinel. Yeah, these guys look kinda trash. But Warning Cry is pretty messed up because it is louder than a shout. It alerts more monsters than a shout would. And Sentinel's Mark is also really messed up. Like if you get marked, you probably should leave the level unless you are equipped to deal with like a very long fight. Yeah, this character would try to leave the level. It is not really a danger of dying because I have 3 items of regen, so every time I move I gain 3 HP. But I still cannot deal with a very extended fight unless I get lucky with Behemoth mana regen. Hello, Bycross. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you, Trend Offender, for subscribing. I hope that you enjoy the content, and I am very glad to see that you appreciate the content in that kind of way. Enjoy your emotes. I have a brand new emote that I only recently got from a commission that I asked for a couple of weeks ago. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, it is Sigmund sipping from a cup, staring at you very smugly as you kill yourself. Yeah, in crawl that is, of course. Thank you for the information. It is incredibly useful. Yeah, and that is only one stream. That's what you have experienced so far. One stream, like an hour of one stream. I have literally hours of this kind of content on YouTube. I stream like between 3 or 4 hours well, not every night. It's like 4 nights a week. And I play crawl almost all of those nights. Well, I play crawl all of those nights. Sometimes I start with something that is not crawl, but I always switch to crawl, and I always try to provide commentary of this kind. So thank you for the support like that. Thank you for the subscription, and I hope you enjoy your journey alongside us. With that being said, how do we deal with these ugly things? They're red. That means resistance to fire. The color affects the amount of or the kind of damage that they deal and the resistance that they have, so they're kind of annoying to deal with for a fire elementalist. If I had a wand of poly, I think it polymorphs these guys guaranteed into a different color. But fortunately I have static discharge, which was good enough to kill them all. Okay, we're gonna do a bit of that and a bit of this. Pretty good. We kill one of them. And the other one is severely damaged, so we're gonna do it again. It's looking kinda not very good because these guys are pretty tanky, not gonna lie. Like 65 armor class, big armor class themselves, big willpower, big damage. They're really dangerous. Oh, Trend Defender, thank you so much for the gifts of. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It really helps in these trying times. I was talking about this earlier on the stream, but I may have to start looking for something that I may not be really interested in when it comes to job opportunities in the near future. Because my mom just quit. Like my mom was working at a call center, and when she started working there, I was like, no, don't do it. It's gonna be miserable for you. But she has to do it, even though I was working at a pretty good job back in the day. And unfortunately, I eventually had to quit that job, and she kind of stuck with the call center. But she quit today. She's actually like talking to management to see how she can return the device that she got handed to perform her job functions. So yeah, we're gonna be in a bit of a pickle if we don't get a better source of income in the future. I'm gambling on Twitch. Like ideally, I would do this, and I would like also not starve. But I understand that that may not be like a real thing that happens because Crawl is a game enjoyed by a very small amount of people. Like if I was this, but for Fortnite, like I feel like I would be able to afford like a decent, like a decent quality of living. But unfortunately, Crawl is not like that. But my dream is Crawl someday achieving that. Working at a job you don't like is never fun. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, but I might have to do it. Do you live in the US? I live in Mexico. I actually am not a native English speaker. It's just that I've been speaking English for what, 18 years now? I am 26, and I learned English at a very early age. And I also practice it literally on a daily basis with streaming and like watching videos on YouTube, that kind of stuff. Like at this point, I feel like I have a very decent mastery of English. Sometimes I stutter and I don't know how to pronounce certain words because of the way English is, but I feel like that happens to every English speaker. Uh, my English is fluent. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You live in the USA. You're a FedEx driver. That sounds mildly interesting to me. As long as you're not overworked, I am not like opposed to work on many different things, but I don't think I am physically and psychologically capable of sitting at a desk for 8 hours answering phone calls because those were like my last two jobs, and at first, I kind of enjoyed it because it was help desk and I like helping people with their computer issues. Oh, surprise! The streamer who likes helping people play the game that they love also enjoys helping people with other things, right? But eventually it became a nightmare because of like management and stuff. So I had to quit that. So yeah, I've been repairing computers on my own, like after I quit, but it's not as consistent or safe as a normal job, unfortunately. And then COVID happened, and then it's really hard to go and fix someone's computers when people are very heavily incentivized not to meet with anyone for a large period of time. Um, but yeah, fortunately, it seems to be coming to an end. And like I've been kept alive through all of this. I mean, that is by itself a blessing. It is a hard-working job, lots of overtime. As long as you get paid for your overtime, it's kind of okay. I still wouldn't like forced overtime, even if I got paid by it. I would like to have the choice of whether or not to take the overtime myself. But as the saying goes, you don't quit your job, you quit your manager. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Like I quit the management because the manager itself in the job that I quit back in the day, it was not bad. It was just like he was not omnipotent in his role as a manager. There were things that he was able and not able to do, and unfortunately, like that was just not enough for me to keep doing that. Like it was pretty rough. I just wanted to get out of the phones and I was unable to. So I ended up quitting that. Hello, Ashley. Good to see you around. And sorry for going on a personal tangent. I don't know how to feel about that. When I started streaming, I was like very reserved with what I talked about on stream. Like I tried to keep it crawl only. But I feel in confidence here. Like I feel like I can tell you about that, and it will be okay. Um, how are you adjusting to tiles? It will be next week. So in a week from now, I will do the tiles run. In fact, there's a command for that. Um, I can't wait to see that. Haha. Well, yeah, it's gonna be in a week, so you better mark the date in your calendar if you care about it. I hope that you all enjoy that, and I hope that you do understand that the chances are good that you're not gonna see stellar gameplay come from that run, but it will be fun for sure because crawl is fun. It is like that. Sometimes you have good days and sometimes you have bad days with crawl, but at the end of the day, crawl is very enjoyable of a game, really fun, even if sometimes it likes to kick you in the teeth. Fortunately, this time I am actually kicking Crawl in the teeth instead. It will look like your gameplay. Who knows? Maybe it actually will. Okay, well, here we see a wizard. Last time my character died because one of these guys. No, actually it was a sorcerer. I think a deep elf sorcerer banished me and I died. But anyway, I did get banished by a wizard with like 3%. No, it was more like 12% chance to get banished, maybe 15. This time the wizard has 0% chance to banish me because I have incredible willpower already. So it was pretty much like a crossfire between, or like in the fight between me and the monsters that I was fighting there, a boulder beetle and skeletal warrior. Okay, so I think I saw something messed up. No, it was a Zephyr Mancer, right? It was a Zephyr Mancer. Okay, I have resistance to electricity, so this guy with 3 dice of 16 lightning bolt is not nearly as dangerous as it would normally be at this stage of the game. This character is well geared out, I have to say. Like it's actually pretty crazy how powerful it is. Oh, it's D15 as well. No wonder there's a bunch of mages. We got that Depths entrance bolt with a bunch of mages. You think I'll be fine? Let's be completely honest here. I don't think I will be fine. I think I'm gonna be like, what is that? And what is that? Like if I was a new player, but obviously with the knowledge and tactics of an experienced player, it's just that there's gonna be a lot of, what is that? What is this? What is this? Like me doing this, but on monsters, obviously. I do it a lot when I am streaming, even if I know the monsters my memory, just for like educative purposes, to like show to viewers some things that they may not be aware of. But if I was playing on my own, I would not do that. Like in fact, I haven't played Crawl off stream in probably more than a year already. But my runs off stream are so much faster than the runs on stream. Um, in fact, I think I was practicing for a tournament a couple of like a year ago. I think it was for the 0.26 tournament, maybe 0.25. I was practicing winning in under 3 hours, and I had a Hilork run that ended in under 2 hours. I was in SOT 5 and I got pied, and I got turned into a bat, and I had no cancellation, and I died. But that run, like it was in SOT 5 in 2 hours. Yeah, I felt pretty good about that run. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to drive it into a win. Um, you're probably about a week away from playing your first game of Crawl, period. You really want to finish Octopath Traveler first and also need to finish the Crawl tutorials. Well, you know what? I personally don't think I ever played the tutorials. I just like learned it as I went, because I also had experience with NetHack, and I also learned NetHack as I went. But I don't know. Maybe I should do the tutorials on stream one day just to see what they are. Maybe I could provide like very constructive feedback on those tutorials. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good thing to do. Maybe I'll do it in like 2 weeks or something. I would like to also schedule that stream. Oh, that's what a draconian looks like. Yeah, I'm gonna be exactly like that. Oh, that's what a null looks like. Oh, wow, I can't believe Gastronok looks like. I actually know how Gastronok looks like because the tile was very recently updated and I voted on it. So yeah, Gastronok is looking pretty good in the current version of the game. But yeah, anyway, we are done with Lair, Orc, and D15. Next thing on our list is to get a rune, much to my dismay, because rune branches are pretty bad. Wow, that message got filtered because of the last word, Ashley. Just to let you know, man, I really should lower the filter. New orc tiles are ugly. You know what? I guess I won't even notice. Like I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like everything is ugly to me, so it doesn't make any difference. Um, and even if it wasn't like that, I don't think I would have much point of comparison because I don't play tiles. So it will just be the new tile for me. The rabbit wearing the crown is Prince Ribbit. Oh, the frog wearing the crown. I guess that makes sense. That's what I would expect from Prince Ribbit. Orcs are ugly anyway. I guess some of them are. Um, so what do we do next? We have Spider and Shoals. Shoals can be a thing to consider because being a fire elementalist, I can create steam at will, and steam breaks line of sight, makes it so that javelineers just don't like destroy you immediately. Also breaks mesmerizing. Not that this character would have an issue with that because it has incredible willpower. Spider will be pain because I have trash armor class. By the way, I should probably look into fixing that. I have a ruined helmet on D15. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna go in there, and I don't think I'm gonna go in there. Yeah, all these ghost bolts with crazy good items. It happens so often. Mm, maybe I could buy that crude scale mail. Hope that it is highly enchanted. Scale mail is about as heavy as I can go right now without murdering my spells. Um, So yeah, let's try that because I think I also have like +8 chainmail. Am I carrying it? I am not carrying it. Did I leave it on the floor or something? I think I did. I think I found +8 chainmail and I didn't pick it up or something silly like that. That may have been a mistake because that sounds like a pretty good thing to wear. Spider probably. Yeah, a spider could be an issue because a spider is absolute misery, as I mentioned. I do have the resistance, but I think armor class is very important for spider. And I have 13 armor class, and spiders hit really hard and hit really fast. So I don't know. What spells am I running with? Actually, I have pretty much the starting book plus a sticky flame plus Osokubu's armor plus a starburst and I guess a static discharge and sandblast to be able to kill things that are immune to fire. So yeah, nothing really too extraordinary so far. Unfortunately, I got Irradiate and I didn't pick it up. That was completely a mistake. I would feel much more confident going into Spider with Irradiate because it probably deals more damage than Flame Wave. Um, I guess I do have Osokubo's refrigeration. I picked it up, or rather, I found it last stream, and that's why I was training for Ice Magic when I started the stream. But I made the decision to stop training for Ice Magic and try to get a Starburst first because I figured that it would be faster and it is like very powerful. I'm not gonna say more powerful than refrigeration, but very powerful indeed. We haven't really used it a lot, but it is still a pretty good spell, and it is something that I would like to have regardless. Starburst, interesting choice. I like Starburst a lot. It does check evasion, unfortunately. It also checks armor class, but it is long ranged. It hits a lot of the screen. Like, I'm gonna cast it. Well, I guess I'm not gonna cast it. I'm gonna cast it next time I have to get into a fight. Or I guess I can do this. Yeah, like show the targeter. That is a lot of the screen if you think about it. And like, if you think about it, it's not that difficult to maneuver monsters into getting hit by Starburst. Like it's really easy. It will shine in bolts where you're gonna be fighting many monsters at the same time in an open environment or in an open arena. So yeah, look, you can look forward to that. I mentioned disliking Starburst because it couldn't hit the Knight's move. That is correct. There is a bit of annoyance, but that was very early after, or very soon after it was implemented into the game. So I didn't really have much expertise with it. The more I played with it, the more I like warmed up to it. I still think Ice Magic is way stronger because with refrigeration, you don't care what a monster is. You just mash the refrigeration button and things die. But Starburst is pretty good, and I was already like kind of going towards that path with conjurations and fire magic, so I decided to just pull the trigger on it. It would be way faster than trying to get a level 7 spell off of literally no skill. Um, you may have distracted me while I was playing. Oh, don't worry, it happens all the time. Like I go into lengthy rants when people are interacting in the chat. If you are annoyed by it, I do apologize for that, but I feel very compelled to like explain my decisions and like do that to like leave no doubt to the viewers. That is probably my biggest objective when it comes to streaming. But yeah, leaving that out of the way, there was something that I wanted to get here. Scale. There was this crude scale mail that I wanted to buy and put on and hope that it was good. Let's check it out. Oh, I almost bought the wrong one. Typoed. It is pretty decent. It is highly enchanted and it does have 3 intelligence. 7% Starburst, 9% Osokubu's armor, 18 armor class, 21 with Osokubu's armor. Feels pretty good to me, not gonna lie. I think we're gonna roll with this. And it is fine to drop the ring mail of willpower because I don't need the willpower anymore. Like I have 2 different sources of it. On the same vein, I could also get rid of the Amulet of Regen for mana regen if I had it. Oh, wait. I do not have magic regen yet, so that's fine. Well, anyway, with these newfound defenses, I don't feel so naked. Let's try going into Spider and let's see how that goes. If it goes bad, I can always go do Shoals instead. And of course, now this Hydra is like a joke. We can just stand next to it, tank like 4 turns of attacks, and just like steamroll it, get out of the fight full HP. I have Poisonous Vapors, so that's a very important thing to keep in mind. I'm gonna quiver it, because Poisonous Vapors is absolutely insane in Spider. Oh, you know what is also absolutely insane in Spider? Ignite Poison. And guess who has Ignite Poison? Um, so here is the plan. Whenever we see a spider that we can poison, of course, we cannot poison Emperor Scorpions. They're like among the most dangerous things that you can see here, but I wouldn't consider them the most dangerous thing. But they are poison resistant, opposed to most other insects in the game. Most are weak to poison. But Emperor Scorpions are resistant actually, and they're also giant. So yeah, it would be like your average exterminator going into your house and seeing a scorpion the size of your average car, just like chilling in any one room, like trying to spray it with like some insecticide. It's not gonna do a lot to it. Um, so yeah, for this guy we're gonna need some fire. Okay, as you can see, very tanky, lots of HP and lots of armor class for a monster at this stage of the game. So it survives a couple of turns of Flame Wave and Sticky Flame as well. Should you avoid updating to Windows 11? You should. I recommend you to not touch anything operating system related until it's out of beta. And yeah, right now Windows 11 is beta, so I would recommend you not to do it personally. It is very strange for me to receive that kind of question when I am streaming. Um, but it is all. What's even stranger about that? That I am actually qualified to answer that. Like I'm giving you like a legit answer for that. That it seems so alien to me. But anyway, then spellcasting. I guess we can go to 12 Fire Magic. Yeah, 12 Fire Magic and 12 Conjurations, and after that we're gonna be training for Osokubu's Refrigeration. We're gonna need like 17 Ice Magic for that. Didn't I type 17? There we go, 17. I build computers and stuff. I got hit by the Boulder Beetle, and I also got hit by the Demonic Crawler, but the bulk of the damage there came from the Boulder Beetle, and it was almost half of my HP. As you can see, it was indeed a lot of damage. And that is the kind of thing that happens very frequently when you go into a Lair branch, unfortunately. That is why I don't like them that much. I feel like the damage increase is very sudden. Yeah, that's the way to put it. Very sudden indeed. Fortunately, I have the tools to not die to these guys, but I do wish I had, or not Orb Destruction. I wish I had Toxic Radiance, because Toxic Radiance does what Poisonous Vapors does, I guess, but much better because it is across several turns and it also hits everything on the screen instead of a single monster. So it is much more mana efficient, and it is just like straight up faster to kill things with Toxic Radiance compared to Poisonous Vapors. Still, Poisonous Vapors amazing for this part of the game, and I'm very glad that I have it as a resource. Yeah, Ghost Mods equals death. To this character, Ghost Mods would be extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I have See Invisible, so I will have the upper hand on dealing with them. I will actually see them. Normally, I don't value See Invisible that highly, and it is also the case with this character. Like, I wouldn't really go out of my way to have it, but having it on an item that I want to wear for other reasons is like pretty nice. It's like I'm not gonna say no to it. So yeah, what I was actually thinking of as the most dangerous monster that can spawn here is either Entropy Weavers or Spark Wasps. Entropy Weavers are really dangerous, not because they can kill you directly themselves, which they are perfectly capable of, with 4 attacks of 17 damage each. That is a lot of damage in a single turn. But they corrode you as well. So the corrosion nukes your defenses, and these spiders love to munch on monsters or players that have trash defenses. As you can see here, it can hit 4 times for 17 damage each. Not a lot of armor class, fair amount of evasion. The willpower is pretty high for a monster in here, so it's very hard to hex this Entropy Weaver. There's also Entropic Weave, corrodes the target with no direct line of fire required. So it sees you and it can corrode you. And of course, that's pretty bad, and it just happened. hmm Basically, anything that has corrosion is scary. Entropic Weavers, Caustic Strikes. Yeah, Entropic Weavers are less scary than Caustic Strikes, however. Like, sure, they are a dangerous fight to face, but Caustic Strikes are death. Like, they actually just murder you if you let them. If I feel like if you don't have resistance to corrosion against a caustic strike and you don't have the way to just like kill it almost immediately as you see it, you better teleport because that fight is not going to be the kind of fight that you win. Okay, we found a book with silence. Normally, I would be mildly interested in it since it's a very powerful hex. Very dangerous too, but very powerful. However, this character doesn't have any kind of melee whatsoever, so this character really is not interested in doing that. We found Francis. Francis, obviously, as weak as usual. In my previous character, I think maybe it was my previous character, like one of the two human fundamentalists of Sif that I played before, I actually had issues killing Frances, and I mentioned if you have issues killing Frances the moment you see her, your character is probably really weak, and you should tread carefully. And guess what? The two of those characters ended up dying in the mid game in this similar kind of level, like Spider One. I think one of them died in Shoals or no Swamp One, and The other one died in Swamp Four. I don't see this character following the same fate. Not gonna lie, this character feels like it's just gonna run in here and just murder everyone, and that's the way that it should be. Um, we're gonna do this. Yep. So normally in Spider, you should be used to getting surrounded in here because you're gonna get surrounded a lot. But fortunately, this character doesn't really have many issues being surrounded because not only for Flame Wave, but also Behemoth's range enhancement on Flame Wave makes it so that you hit monsters that are significantly farther away from you than you would be able to hit normally with Flame Wave without Behemoth. That's amazing. You hope you can finish Octopath Traveler tonight so you can get to playing this. Are you the kind of the kind of person that only plays one game at a time? I guess I can respect that, but I've never really been able to do that myself. I find myself juggling a lot of games a lot, but it might also be related to the fact that a fair amount of the games that I play are not precisely games that you can end. So, for example, I play a lot of fighting games, and you cannot just end a fighting game. I guess there's a single player, but the the meat and bones of a fighting game is playing against other people online and like figuring them out and like destroying them. In fact, I yesterday I was playing a lot of Guilty Gear and I uploaded two different matches because I only upload things that I am happy with, and I uploaded those two matches because I felt like I did so well in those two. So if you have never seen anything fighting game related, I guess you could go and check them out. They don't have commentary or anything because I play off stream. But it might be interesting to you. Maybe you figure out that you like that. That would be sweet. No, actually, you play up to 10 games at a time and roll dice to choose between them, but you're already playing 5 RPGs. I wouldn't consider a roguelike to be an RPG. In fact, I would say that Crawl is the opposite of an RPG. It is a funny thing that you mentioned that because I was talking about that earlier today on the Roguelikes Discord. How Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is kind of completely opposite mechanics wise to an RPG, to a JRPG where like you can grind away any amount of challenge. In Crawl, when you get to the point where you can theoretically grind, you're already powerful enough to win the game. So it is pretty much a fool's errand to grind. So yeah, in Crawl you can grind. There's no point in grinding, and I like that about the game design in Crawl. I have been thinking about getting into game design myself. Maybe not necessarily being a video game designer. I was like actually thinking about a card game, but I haven't really explored that too much. I started with a rough draft a rough draft about a year ago, but it didn't go anywhere. I still want to do something with that, and I want to implement what I've learned from playing Crawl for so long into more games. The vision of Crawl is beautiful. It's like optimal gameplay should be fun gameplay. Like the game shouldn't force you to do things that are really boring or really tedious, like grinding, in order to become powerful enough to beat the game. Of course, that doesn't mean that the game will be easy to beat. It will mean that the game will be difficult unless you know how to deal with the situations that the game throws at you. And Crawl achieves that quite well, I have to say. Yeah. Um, you consider Crawl to be an RPG? I see. You somewhat consider Crawl an RPG in its character creation, leveling system, god choice. Interesting. I really don't consider Crawl to be an RPG because to me, like one of the core features of an RPG is the ability to grind. At least that's something that I have seen in many of the RPGs that I've been exposed to. Like even something like Pokemon has grueling amounts of grinding to do in order to level up your Pokemons, and grinding directly results in an easier game because your Pokemons are more powerful than your opponent's Pokemons. Of course, that only applies to single player. Multiplayer Pokemon is an entirely different beast. Very enjoyable one, if I have to say so myself. Um, but yeah, I think any game that has grinding and has grinding as a feature so prominent in the game, so prevalent, is what I would consider an RPG. So based on that definition, at least, I wouldn't consider Crawl to be an RPG. You don't consider grinding to be a prime element of an RPG? That's interesting. Do you have any good examples of RPGs that don't feature grinding? Because maybe I've just been exposed to like the whack kind of RPG, the one that kind of forces you or heavily incentivizes you to grind, and I just don't know the good ones. Mm, okay, Spark Wasp. Fortunately, poisonous vapors and ignite poison just like destroys them all. Ooh, we see a ghost moth. Okay, this thing can drain all your mana, and of course that would be an issue for me being a spellcaster. But here's the thing: it doesn't see invisible. So we are gonna drink a potion of invisibility, and now it cannot drain my mana because even though it is invisible itself, it doesn't see invisible. Um, so yeah, I could have left it alone, but I kind of wanted to kill it because otherwise, like, it would wake up the next time I cause an explosion, and it would be whack. Um, Maybe I should level up some strength because I am wearing a scale mail. It is like evasion rating 10, I think, encumbrance rating 10. So yeah, I think maybe I should have a bit more strength, like 11 or 12. Mm. Also, we have to keep in mind that I would eventually like to wear some form of dragon scale, maybe ice dragon scale with this character. Or Quicksilver Dragon Scale. I almost never consider it because you cannot enchant it, and because you also may need the resistances from Dragon Scale. But Quicksilver is probably going to be good for this character because this character already has all the resistances that it really needs to win the game. Maybe Acid, now that I think about it. I don't have resistance to Corrosion. So I could see myself fully enchanted Acid Scales and just winning the game with those, having like probably 20 something armor class. It wouldn't be a lot, unfortunately. Um, but it would be probably enough to win the game. Ooh, I got confused. Okay, let's not be confused here. Keyring. Oh, I got health. I got on health. Okay, I am on the stairs now. I feel much safer here. Alrighty, one more. I keep forgetting that Flame Wave has more range now that I am with Behemoth. Some Final Fantasy games don't have grinding like 13. I wonder if that is related to or like I wonder if that is why people don't like Final Fantasy 13 because I've heard that a lot of people do not like that game. Maybe it is related to the story. But anyway, my favorite thing about the games in general is like the gameplay. If the gameplay is good, I don't particularly care too much about the story. And I feel like RPGs are very heavily like story focused, um, with not so much thought given into the gameplay, or at least that is my view of them. That's what I have experienced so far. Um, so yeah, I've never really been too like interested in them. Ooh, Berserker Emperor Scorpion is dangerous. That thing can pretty much two-shot me, as opposed to a normal Emperor Scorpion, who does deal damage, but it doesn't two-shot me. So what we're going to do here is read teleport because I haven't learned blinking, which I should learn because now I can learn it, and I'll hopefully not die to this Emperor Scorpion. It's looking pretty good. Okay, heavily wounded. I'm still not fighting it. I'm gonna walk away. Yeah, I feel like that fight went incredibly well for me. Oh, okay. I am at full HP, and it is no longer Berserk anymore, so now it is actually very easy to kill. Grinding is just a slider you can turn up and down. For example, this guy is serious. Turn the grinding slider up to 11. Yeah, that sounds disgusting to me. Um, if you want though, you can just play through the story without really redoing anything. You're kidding about that? This guy is grinding the game really. Yikes. I can't believe it. I'm gonna ask a friend about this guy, a friend that I have who plays a lot of RPGs, and see what they think about it. It is the same friend who likes to play games for the story and not for gameplay related reasons. So I want to see what they have to say about this guy. Yeah. Okay. I was followed upstairs by Mara. Mara is very resistant to fire, and has a million HP, so it will be complicated for me to kill Mara, and I probably shouldn't even attempt. Okay, this would be a good time to have Iron Shot, because Iron Shot is a good single target damaging spell that doesn't check any resistances, only checks defenses. But unfortunately, we don't really have access to it. I would have to train a lot of Earth Magic, and I would rather just commit to trying to get Refrigeration. We're kind of close to it. Kroll has grinding if you want. Yeah, as I mentioned before, Kroll has grinding, but if you want to grind in Kroll, you're already powerful enough to win the game, so you don't need to grind. And that is a perfect way to do grinding. Like, I guess have it if you want, but why even do it in the first place? Um, Regardless, I think I should teleport away from Mara. Mara is dangerous. I don't think I can kill Mara with this character because we are not able to deal significant amounts of damage to monsters that have immunity to fire or very resistant. Yeah, Mara is very resistant. What if you have no fire resistance and you have 3 runes? It is. I am very skeptical of your hypothetical situation because if you have 3 runes, you already did slime or bolts 5, and you probably found fire resistance there, like some form of fire resistance, uh, or abyss. Yeah, but the abyss is probably harder than slime or bolts 5 if you don't have fire resistance. Like you're gonna find balrogs and stuff. Um, Oh, another scroll of acquirement. That has to be like the fourth that we have found with this character. So normally that crystal plate would be kind of nice. In fact, it would be pretty nice considering the strength plus 9. If you translate it to slaying, it's probably a fair amount of slaying. But it depends on your character. But yeah, that crystal plate is pretty good. It is not fully enchanted, but it is probably more enchanted than any crystal plate that you would see in a normal game. But this character obviously doesn't want that. It is incredibly heavy. I wouldn't be able to move or fight or be a crawl character if I got that. So we're not getting it. The gold is pretty sweet. Let's take a look at the book. Ramparts, but the time for Ramparts has already passed. Like, it is a level 3 spell. I'm not acquiring a level 3 spell. So I'm gonna get the money. I also don't have to get anything immediately, so I'm just gonna cancel out of it and go along with my life and probably acquire the money later if I need the money. Otherwise, I might acquire the crystal plate to keep it as a trophy because that's something that I like to do a lot. Like whenever I find something truly remarkable in one of my games, I like to win the game with it so that it appears in my inventory and it is immortalized forever in a document that very few people will ever see, but it will be immortalized forever nonetheless. Um, Alrighty. Yeah, this demonic crawler is resistant to electricity, so it is immune to what is it called? Static discharge. Yeah, it is immune to static discharge, but it is not immune to scorch. And scorch kinda did well, but we ended up finishing the job with sandblast because I forgot that I had sandblast. Since there's very few monsters where sandblast is actually a good idea to use against. For Ogre Ice Elementalists, would you prefer Ash Behemoth or whoever you find first? Between those two, yeah, whoever you find first. Ashensari is absolutely crazy insane, and Behemoth is also absolutely crazy insane. And specifically, Ice Elementalist is very amazing. Like it is the best mage in the game, in my opinion, in the current version of the game, because you start as a powerful spellcaster and you start with Osokubu's armor. So worst case scenario, you get your starting spells like to 1% chance to miscast, and you can get that like super fast because you pretty much cap at level 3 unless you want Hailstorm, which I would recommend against. Instead, take the experience that you would put towards Hailstorm and maybe train fighting. Obviously, being an ogre, you want fighting first, and then maybe get a weapon. And you can tab with Osokubu's armor and not have the main weakness of the ogre, which is the fact that they have trash armor class. Because you have armor class thanks to Osokubu's armor, and you also have damage thanks to the Ice Elementalist book. So that will get you experience very quickly to get your weapon online to kill those pesky skeletons and stuff like that, and then you start snowballing like that. Of course, that is only the hypothetical case of you not finding good spells to go towards once you start finding skeletal warriors and that kind of stuff, or monsters that just don't care about your ice magic. How about Che, Ogre Ice Elementalist of Use Ramparts? That sounds pretty good. Um, it might be painful because Chebreados is powerful, but Chebreados is not like something that I would recommend to a beginner or even intermediate player. It is hard and it is punishing, but it is powerful. But if you want to go for it, maybe go ahead. Um, by the way, I saw the drawing of Frederick that you did the other day. It was pretty sweet. Big armor class for a monster. Not as big, but still decent. And also massive HP pool. I think the best thing to do is to just not try to fight Mara in the first place. I'm gonna go down these stairs that are like removed from Mara. Okay, I think there was a ghost mod in between all of these monsters, so I'm gonna preemptively drink a potion of invisibility, give myself some body armor, and then go crazy with the flame wave. Alright, and if I had Osokubu, or rather Olgref's Toxic Radiance, this would be the perfect time to use it. Of course, a Flame Wave happens to be a good enough replacement with the extra range provided by Behemoth, allowing me to hit things that I wouldn't have been able to hit with the normal Flame Wave, also making it very mana efficient. So yeah, I am very happy with how that went. I pretty much did that and emerged unscathed. And maybe the invisibility was also like unnecessary because I don't think I saw any ghost mods. But we ended up winning, and that's what really matters. I also don't value invisibility that much. I feel like a lot of people in the community greatly value invisibility, but it really doesn't fit with my playstyle. Oh, there it is. That's the ghost moth that I wanted to be invisible to fight against. Unfortunately, we are not going to be invisible when fighting that thing, so that makes me slightly nervous about it. Mara is, in your opinion, the most dangerous unique. It can be the most dangerous unique you encounter in a run. Normally that will not be the case. Normally the most dangerous unique will be something like Grinder or Sigmund. But I do respect Mara with almost all of my characters. The fact that Mara can summon yourself to fight against you is pretty bad. Of course, it's not like an exact copy of yourself. It is a monster that is very similar to you, but it's not gonna be the same. It does have the same HP and defenses and resistances, but when it comes to damage, the monster may even do more damage than you do with some spells. Like sometimes you have Stone Arrow, and then Mara copies you, and you see that the monster Stone Arrow deals way more damage than your Stone Arrow. Because I think the way monster damage goes is that hit dice equals damage on spells, and I think the copy that Mara summons has hit dice equals to your experience level. So right now it would be a monster with hit dice of 18, which is pretty high for a monster. Normally monsters don't have that much hit dice. Um, but yeah, there's that. You're resistant to poison and cold, but not fire. Okay, so as long as you don't drain me to 0 mana immediately the next turn, well, it happened. I do not have any evocations or any way to kill this thing, I guess. I'm gonna tab it. We shall see how that goes. I feel good enough to be able to tab it. Heavily wounded, severely wounded. Yeah, I would be taking less damage if I had cast Tosokubu's armor, but I didn't do it. Okay. Yeah, this would be way less painful and way less spammy message-wise if I had any amount of mana. I feel like it would die literally next turn with some mana. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking about what I can do to kill it because I don't like the fact that it is draining my strength and my intelligence. Like draining my strength specifically makes it significantly caster or harder to cast my things. Um, that is not good, of course. And I didn't really think about it when I started tabbing it, but that can very easily accumulate into me having issues killing other things that are not the ghost mod, and then that's like a really bad position to be in. Acid, 71% chance to hit. Okay, we hit it and we corroded, and it is almost dead. So for the finisher, we are going to go with Ice Blast. That can't miss. Doesn't kill. I guess it is cold resistant. Let's go one more time. Okay, now it kills. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. In this Gaia 1, you can finish the game at around level 90, but to get to the end game content, you need to get the level 200. Restart at 1 and then get to. Okay, that's. Yeah, I that's disgusting. Why would anyone do that? Like, why? Who thought that was a good idea? Hey, gonna go watch a friend that I guess is celebrating 2 years of streaming. Bye. Thank you for following. Regardless, I hope that your friend is doing well. What's your friend's name? Just out of curiosity. Like if you want to drop a link in the chat, that's fine. I have no issues with that. And what are they streaming too? I want to know. Just out of sheer curiosity. It is always good to find new streaming friends to associate with. Lately, I've been thinking about like doing some collaborations with streamers and stuff because people say that that is a key to success on Twitch to collaborate with people. And the ways that I could collaborate are either A, crawl tutoring, or B, doing fun things with games that are not Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. And I think chances are good that I would go with B because I don't think many people would be interested in crawl tutoring. I would be pleased if they were, but I don't think there's many people interested, let alone people with established viewer base already. Okay. Thankfully, due to the fact that I have incredible, insane amounts of regen, like 3 regen is an anomaly. That's like literally something that doesn't happen. So being able to be at 50 HP and just walk away, and by the time you reach the stairs, you're back at full HP, that's pretty good. That is insanely powerful. Stacking regeneration is one of the best things that you can do in this game, in my opinion. As long as you don't have to make like stupid sacrifices to stack intelligence or to stack what is it called, regen, to stack regen, like for example sacrificing armor class by using troll letter armor past the point in the game where it would be good, then you should indeed go um, for stacking regen. And I guess you could say that this character is sacrificing um, a bit of armor class to get regen, but I am not sacrificing nearly as much as I would be if I was using troll letter armor instead of the armor that I'm currently wearing. Um, so yeah, I feel fine sacrificing 4 points of armor class from the enchantment in my gloves and my boots. I wouldn't feel fine sacrificing like all the armor class that comes from the body armor, because the body armor is at the end of the day the thing that provides the most armor class to your character. I guess I can sticky flame the Emperor Scorpion because it is standing on a tile of shallow water, so it automatically gets on sticky flamed. Okay, there we go. Good stuff. Unfortunately, not many even know this game exists. Yeah, that's also part of the reason why I started streaming in the first place, because I think this game is amazing. I am pretty good at the game. I feel like I am a pretty good ambassador for Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, and I just want to share it with people because I think it's really good. Um, yeah, my dream would be a big streamer finding out of this game or finding out about this game and being like, "Oh yeah, this is amazing," and like streaming a lot of it, because that would bring a million eyes to the game and the community, and that would like just be better for the game, I think. Well, maybe not necessarily better for the game, but it would be better for the people that come in contact with the game because the game is that good, and it gives you like a different look on game philosophy and design philosophy in general, with how the crawl design philosophy is based around not going through tedious things. Like, for example, Darkest Dungeon 2, which is a very topical thing to talk about nowadays with the fact that it just released. It has already some things that I do not agree with. Like, for example, driving the cart feels unnecessary. Like, I would seriously prefer a menu over driving the cart, because driving the cart doesn't seem to do anything other than add like um, ambient. Yeah, that's how I would put it. It only adds ambient to the gameplay. It doesn't really add anything else. So I would prefer that to be removed and replaced with a menu, but the developers don't think the same way, and I don't think they care. Um, do you have advice on how to learn leveling up? You only use the percentage option and you have difficulty transitioning. First of all, train one thing at a time. Second of all, first train the things that you are using to kill things. That's very important. After that, you train the things that you use not to die to things, like fighting and dodging and armor and shields. And then you will eventually run into trouble killing things again. When that happens, or if you're good enough or experienced enough, you will anticipate that happening. You go back to training the skills that allow you to kill things. That's how you train skills in this game. If you like adhere to that way to training skills, you will see like a significant power increase in all of your characters. Um, yeah, switch to manual. That's also a very important thing. Automatic is how crawl used to be back in the day. Now now we have the chance to train manually, and I prefer to do that. You can even train skills that you don't have use for immediately, just in anticipation to actually being able to use them later. And I tend to do that every now and then. Okay, please die, please die. Almost dead, burning. There we go. Good stuff. If you want to check out my character, you log on real quick. Yeah, make a log. If you make a dump, it is actually called a dump. It is a dump when you're still playing, and it is a log when you win or die, when the character ends, I guess. Um, oh, I don't know if I want to do that actually. I guess I can. No, actually I can't because I don't. I think I will go to swamp or bolts, and both of those places want me to have cold resistance. Morg after you die, I guess. Oh, I got a notification here. Okay, one of my gift subs expired. I see. It is not a big deal. Trend Defender the Severer, Minotaur Berserker. You're using an Executioner Sax, I see. It is something that I would personally not do because I don't like big two-handers. I gave them a try and I am still not pleased. I prefer shields. Shields provide you with much necessary defenses. You can kill things without the biggest damage number in this game, but you will die to things if you don't have some of the best defensive numbers in the game. That's how I look at it. Um, train a bit of stealth, train more. They're more fighting axes. I don't know if I would go for stealth, being a crystal plate armor character. Like stealth is not gonna be doing anything for a crystal plate armor character. But yeah, that character needs to train access to at least 20, like right now. And then after that, actually, just like turn off everything and train access to 26. Or you could drop the Executioner's Axe, go find a shield and a Broadaxe and use that. And that is personally what I would do. Like, I would consider the Executioner's Axe to be like a stepping stone, despite the fact that it is a pretty good weapon. I just don't like walking around without a shield. Um, but yeah, leaving that aside for the moment, Crystal does nothing wearing Crystal Plate with 10 decks. Yeah. How can you tell your delay? Um, well, it is based on the weapon type, actually. I know that Executioner Saxes have a minimum delay of 26, which you can check if you go to your inventory and you press the key of the Executioner Sax. Like, for example, with the Staff of Fire, it tells you base attack delay 1.2. So to get to 1.0 delay on the Executioner Sax, you need 20 axes in that version of the game. In my version of the game, in Trunk, you need 18 axes, but it is still a fair amount of axes to get. To get to minimum delay, you need 26 in that version of the game, which is almost maxed axes. Very, very expensive. With the amount of skilling that you have, you can already use a Broadaxe at minimum delay. Um, and you may want to do that. Of course, like I'm not telling you you have to do it or you will die, but I am telling you that without a shield, the game will probably be more difficult than you think. A shield will prevent you a lot of damage throughout the entirety of a playthrough. From the very negligible things, say that you start with a buckler as a fighter, you will sometimes not get hit by others and not get poisoned, to later in the game where you block Cyclops large rocks, to even later in the game where you block, I don't know, Yoctor bolts, to the end game where you start blocking Lich Crystal Spears and stuff like that. Shields are amazing at all stages of the game. Um, Sorry to hijack stream. Oh, don't worry about it. That's something that I used to offer as a reward for subscribers, like tutoring and like just feedback on current characters. But since no one ever took advantage of it, I stopped. I removed it, but I still do it. I mean, I do it even if you're not subscribed. So why do I even have it as a subscriber like incentive? Um, anyway, let's go back to this character and let's go do bolts. Yeah, now that we have a rune, we can do bolts, and we find a convoker immediately that proceeds to immediately die to ignite poison. Good stuff. Hey, someone followed. Thank you for following. Let's take a look. Grief Gamer, why were you not following? Well, anyway, thank you for following. Better late than never. You know what they say. What? I have no idea. Don't ask me. Sometimes Twitch unfollows. Um, that's a weird thing. Like if they feel that you followed like a bot account, they unfollow you. That's something that YouTube also does. But anyway, better late than never. Mm, Frostheart. Okay, so the key to deal with these guys is to not be standing in next to a wall because they can hurt you pretty badly, ignoring evasion and slowing you if you're standing next to a wall, but only if you're standing next to a wall. If you're not, you can proceed to destroy them like that. Good stuff. You once subbed to someone and it didn't show up on the stream. That kind of sucked. Whenever that happens, you can always refresh, like press F5, and sometimes that gives you a prompt to show the notification on stream. Um, Otherwise, you can return to the stream like after a day, and normally you get a prompt in the chat that says, "Do you want to like send a notification?" And then that works. Um, okay, so I have 15 ice magic, and I haven't trained, or I ooh. Okay, I haven't learned refrigeration, but I can learn it right now. I also found all toxic radiance, which is very exciting to me. Um, we found it after doing Spider, and Spider is like the best part in the game to use Toxic Radiance on. So I'm not sure about actually learning it, but it does have use from this point of the game to the very end. Of course, it decays in its usability, but it is still pretty powerful for the remainder of the game, especially because I have Ignite Poison. Ignite Poison is what makes Toxic Radiance good. Is this the most stupidly loaded D2 Augurized Elementalist ever? I shall be the judge of that. Dagger of Drain, 6 Intelligence, Amulet of Regen. It looks like my character, actually. My character also found things very reminiscent of that very early in the game. Like, take a look at this. You found it on level 1 of the dungeon. So yeah, that's how you know that it's gonna be a good character. You find a D1 Amulet of Regen. And then I also had a Ring of Intelligence, but I already dropped it. I also found it super early in the game. But yeah, that's looking pretty good, let me tell you. Um, just like play carefully, play patiently, think about what you're getting into, and you should be able to pilot that past the early game into a very powerful win. Or you also have Toxic Radiance, you're ready to win. Like, why? You're just flexing on us. I wish I had Toxic Radiance. Well, earlier in the game, I guess I just got it. But you know what I mean. Anyway, let's learn refrigeration. Yep, good stuff. Refrigeration will be insane, in case you're wondering, in case you have never used it. It is ridiculously powerful. I think I'm gonna stop training eyes, and I'm gonna go to spellcasting. 15 spellcasting has to do well. I need some spell schools, and I guess I could also use a bit of extra mana. And yeah, this is the perfect time to showcase the true power of refrigeration. Probably shouldn't even put it in the quiver. Um, yeah, it just hits everything on the screen. It does have the downside of not letting you drink potions for a short period of time after you used it, which is much more palatable than the old downside of not letting you or of breaking your potions. That was pretty awful. That's how it was back in the day. But now you can only not drink potions for a while. It is a way to balance what would otherwise be a busted spell. As it is right now, it is incredibly powerful offensively, but it does sacrifice a bit on defense, unfortunately. But that is completely fine. Okay, we used refrigeration like 4 times on that bolt, which is, by the way, a very difficult bolt. If it wasn't obvious by the amount of crazy powerful monsters that we saw there. Um, and I don't think I can kill this thing. Yeah, it is immune to poison, negative energy, and torment, resistant to electricity, fire, and cold. It is not resistant to acid, but unfortunately, I don't have any training in evocations. Yeah, I like training evocations, but I don't like doing so on characters that are casting spells because I feel like evocations and spells kind of overlap. Like they're both things that you kind of want to do when the monsters are far away from you. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go for evocations on a mage. Might as well go for magic instead. You also have a lot of armor class, but very little evasion. You're heavily damaged. Maybe I can get away with aciding you. 94% chance to hit? Okay, I think that's worth trying. Okay. Wow, okay, that was trash. Yeah, we didn't really come close to killing it, but I guess that's what I was looking for, using my wand of acid with no skill whatsoever. Unfortunately, this happens to be one of the very few enemies that we cannot kill with the combination of decent fire magic and really good really good ice magic. We can hear the celebrations in the background. Yeah, there's people like partying and stuff. Dia de Muertos, after all. Um, yeah, there's usually a lot of parties and stuff like close to my house. It gets kind of annoying, but since COVID, there hasn't been a lot of them. Um, but anyway, I hope that you're not bothered by that. It is outside of my control. Like, I literally can't do anything about it. Just partying for fun? Yeah, normally it would be partying for fun, like pretty much weekend partying. Um, but today it is special because it is like a Mexican festivity. It is Dia de Muertos. It is a day where, well, it is one of 2 days where people remember their like death family members and like friends and that kind of stuff. Like, you just think about them if you didn't do. Like, it's a good reminder. I am personally not a fan, or not that much of a fan of putting or having a date to do a specific thing. Because I think it's more healthy to just do that all over the year. Like, for example, I think of my like dead family members and stuff like that all across the year instead of just doing it on a single day. Yeah, the Day of the Dead. There's that. It's like, I would say that it is kind of like Halloween, except that it is not really like Halloween. I mean, kids still go outside and ask for candy, um, but it is not necessarily the point of Day of the Dead. The point of Day of the Dead is, as I told you, to think about your departed loved ones and stuff like that. Um, So, going back to this character, this is a bit of a complicated situation. During the fight, we were fighting against a bold warden who closed the door on me. So if I want to open the door, the war gargoyle will try to hurt me. And it will probably succeed at hurting me, now that I think about it. Yeah, 17 damage. At least it didn't go for the breath weapon. That would have been pretty messed up. Now, I wonder if I can just run away from these guys and wait for my mana to regen. With 3 HP regen per turn, I probably should be okay. Yeah, even if I get hit. Okay, as long as I don't get hit for 30 plus damage consistently, we should be fine, but it's not looking like it. The War Gargoyle, I think it is immune to fear, being a gargoyle, so I think I'm gonna try to go for teleport here. Okay, heal wounds just to be extra safe, and then I'm just gonna walk away. Alrighty, good stuff indeed. You learned about that in school? Hey, good to hear about that. I guess it is common for American schools, I'm assuming, to teach about that kind of thing because there is like a lot of heterogeneity. No, no, yeah, that's what it is. Heterogeneity on the culture of the United States, like with all the Mexican immigrants and stuff like that. Um, I hear that they're even like teaching kids how to speak Spanish. I don't think Spanish is as useful as English, but there is some cool things that you can like only experience in Spanish. Like, for example, Spanish dubbing um, of anime and stuff. We do not hate Mexicans. So many people believe us. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that. Like, of course I'm not saying that. It is just that some people do. But I assume the vast majority of not insane people don't hate people just for their nationality. Like, I guess that's how I would put it. Uh, Hmm. So I think I can just fridge these guys. In fact, I think I'm just gonna quiver fridge. We're already at the point where fridge is just like good, you know? So I'm just gonna press the fridge button, and the fridge button will kill a lot of things. Unfortunately, I don't have enough mana to like truly take advantage of the fridge button, and Behemoth mana regen is really not doing its thing right now, much to my dismay. But at least I can walk away from these guys. There's better ways to spend my mana. Flame Wave is probably more mana efficient than refrigeration for a short period of time. Yeah, look at that. With the 7 mana that I had, I was able to kill everything and be left with 9 mana thanks to the wonders of Behemoth. And if I had gone for a single refrigeration, that wouldn't have been the case. So now we went in here, and the Bolt Warden closed the door on me, pushed me here. That would have been pretty nasty, except for the fact that one of these center warriors immediately opened the door, letting me reposition into a much more favorable arena, because I don't want to be getting hit by a bunch of monsters at the same time. Okay, one more. Yeah, I think Flame Wave might be better than Refrigeration for now. If I ever get like 50 mana or something like that, it's gonna be better. Wow, I got hit pretty hard by these Frostheart, by the Frostheart and the Bolt Sentinel, I guess. Okay. Okay, one more Scorch. No, it doesn't do the trick. Um, what is the bottom for Poisonous Vapors? Okay, let's put it here. Ignite Poison. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. I was thinking of quivering refrigeration, but it doesn't feel like it is a good idea. It feels like it's way too mana intensive. So I'm gonna go back to quivering poisonous vapors. And yeah, we meet again. My fabled enemy, this one war gargoyle. Well, the difference here is that now I'm not gonna go for refrigeration against the war gargoyle. Um, I think I should be able to kill it if I do Flame Wave. Because if it comes to a battle of me resisting damage, or like a battle of attrition, I think I maybe outlive the War Gargoyle. The all immune. Yeah, it is all resistant. Fortunately, it is not all immune. There is all immune monsters, like this guy. Let me show you. Um, yeah, immune to electricity, poison, fire, cold, negative energy, damnation, and torment. And of course, this is an endgame enemy that more often than not you do not see in a 3-rune game unless it is a summon. This guy can spawn in the Orb Run, and it is among the most dangerous monsters that can be summoned with Summon Greater Demon, which leeches and Deep of Demonologists have. So it is probably a good idea to try to kill the summoners, because these guys can get pretty nasty. They're pretty hard to kill, obviously. Yeah. In addition to that, they also have big HP and big armor class, and they are not like a unique or something. It's just like a normal monster that can spawn super late in the game. So yeah. This game is fun. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that you may not have ever seen. Okay, I just thought of something devilish to do. Inner Flame on the Etin, and then go for waiting one turn. You've never even been in bolts before? Seriously? Who said earlier that they almost won the game for the first time earlier? Remember you died. Who almost said that they won the game before? Because more often than not, in order to enter bolts, you have to. You've only one orb. Oh no no no! There's only one orb of Sot. What you get when you finish a rune branch is a rune of Sot. As you can see, there is 1 out of 15 runes. There's only one orb to grab at the end of Sot 5, and you can only grab it after you have 3 runes. So that's what you meant. Yeah, you meant a rune. It's fine, don't worry. But it was confusion indeed. Or a fiend. You can run from it though. Executioner are scary demons sometimes. You know, I disrespect executioners so much that in my RC file there is like a comment that says executioners are nerfed 650 and my executioners are actually a 4 glyph. Normally fiends and like greater demons are ones or twos, obviously depending on their power. Like the ones are the more powerful ones. I disrespect the executioners so much that I have them as fours. Um, because they're nerf 650 and 650 are threes. Yeah, they shouldn't be one, you don't think? They're only one because they're so fast. Like the ability that they have to to not let you run away from them is what makes them a one. Um, they can be pretty dangerous to some characters, not to every character, of course. Melee characters will love of them and they will proceed to absolutely devastate them. Um, but a character like this one, a mage, will have issues with executioners. That's a pretty good pair of boots. I don't know if it's better than what I have, but it is pretty good. I mean, it is, yeah, it's not good enough to replace what I have. What I have is remarkable. This is almost good enough for that. If it had willpower, except instead of the resistance to electricity, it would be like a replacement for me, even if I would lose one pip of regen or one regen per turn, you know? That was your point. They're scary solely because of that. I still think they can be greater demons. Like, if it's not for the disrespect that I have for them, they are definitely a one. You've only died twice on the Orb run, if you recall correctly. One time was to a Tsitsimitsu, and the other one was double Panlord. The other Sentinel page is covering the screen, so you know. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yep, that happens every now and then when people are expecting console games and tiles. So thank you for letting me know. I greatly appreciate it. Um, so here we are, back with the gameplay. Alrighty. Let's go downstairs. Ooh, Wizlav. Okay, I am interested in going in. And I am also interested in not running out of mana. Let's use Flame Wave. So I have to notate that this character feels way stronger than my last character. Um, my last character died in Bolts, I think. It actually didn't die in Swamp. It died in Bolts 4 or something. Um, but I was casting Flame Wave. It was not nearly as powerful as it is now. I guess we have to keep in mind that I have the Enhancer. So the Enhancer is greatly adding to my damage, it seems. And normally I would read Magic Mapping, but there is the portal. Like, we just happen to generate pretty much in front of the Wizlav. Let's see what we have here. Ooh, I think this is new. I don't think I've seen this one before. I know that there has been some new Wizlav portals introduced to the game, so I'm kind of excited to see this one. Spriggan. Okay, I like that it is Alistair's party mansion, and we have immediately a Spriggan Druid, and like trees and stuff. Stone Giant. I guess I kind of see what they're going with this bolt. I will not spell it for you, so if you know, you know. But it is pretty obvious. You feel yourself deteriorate. Huh? This is new. I've never seen this kind of cloud before. Cloud of degeneration. I thought that it was a cloud of electricity because of how it looked like. Okay, I wonder if this is like straight up new for this bolt. And I wonder if I'm gonna have to go through there to proceed with the bolt. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Isn't that from Stalkers? Cloud of Fairy Flaws? This is a new one? Yeah, I'm glad you confirmed. Javelineer. That doesn't seem very fitting with the flavor, but sure. What's up with the merfolk? Okay. So far it doesn't seem so difficult. I mean, it would be scary because of the wizards. If I didn't have so much willpower, this would be complicated. I would probably get banished for sure. Isn't that from Stalkers? Stalkers with their Evaporate? I'm pretty sure if you threw a Potion of Degeneration, Back in the day, it just gave you miasma clouds. I think that's how it worked. Or meth. It's either one or the other. Miasma or meth. And then if you throw potions of water, which existed back in the day, you got steam and poison from potions of poison. Most other potions also gave steam. But yeah, I don't think I ever saw potions of degeneration like that. The internet is such a cool place. You're literally sitting in New York watching someone from Mexico play a video game on Day of the Dead. Yeah, that's also something that I have been keeping in mind when streaming. Because I have a lot of viewers from a lot of different parts of the world. At this time of the day, we have viewers from Australia, New Zealand, Ukraine. I have viewers from Japan, viewers from Korea, obviously viewers from Russia as well. Um, I think I've had viewers, well, I have had viewers from Taiwan and China before, but I don't think they watch anymore. Yeah. Spriggan Druids are definitely on team. That's so cool, yeah. Kind of hard to do a consistent theme around him, I guess. It is actually not as hard as you would think it would be, because Alistair's spells are based around. Hey, open mic BA. Thank you for following. I think you were. I think I followed you like a couple of hours ago, right? Um, I was about to stream and I saw that you were playing Noita for the first time, and I was like, oh, that's always a treat to watch. So I stopped by for a second. Um, he has invited quite a lot of different species. Sphinx, Sphinx is just a hallucination. Yeah. So as I was saying, when it comes to Alistair, like a lot of the spells of Alistair are like based around partying, right? So you just like make a frat house, and that's your that's your Wizbolt. Damn, thanks for stopping by. Then appreciated having you in. Yeah, you were playing Noita, right? Like that is the same person that I was talking about, right? If so, thank you for streaming Noita and your first playthrough blind. It is always a treat to see people do that. I don't play Noita on stream because my computer literally can't handle it. Like I don't have the patience to run Noita at 40 frames per second. Like I just can't. But I do play Noita off stream a decent amount. I don't like it as much as I like this game. This is pretty much the only thing that I play on stream. Obviously, very low demand, but very difficult and very enjoyable. How do you spell the name you're pronouncing? Noita. Yeah, Noita. Noita. Just as Open Mic wrote, very helpfully in the chat. Thank you for that, by the way. Um, there's a lot of monsters here, so I am getting destroyed by that Bogart. Very fortunately, I can destroy the Bogart instead by targeting that guy with poisonous vapors and then going for the kill. But it turns out that that guy didn't really summon a lot. Huh. Oh, spells empowered. No wonder I have -9 armor class. Wow, take a look at this. This is not fun. Well, it actually is kind of fun, but take a look at this. The Entropic Weave corrodes you times 20, pretty much. With -28 armor class, that already happened like 7 times. So yeah, this is fun. Um, yeah, if you have never played Noita, I will probably be rating a Noita streamer that I always watch when it comes to ending the stream, but it will not be that time for a while. We still have a long way to go. But yeah, I like Noita. Noita is a very enjoyable game, I have to say. Well, sometimes it's very enjoyable, sometimes it's miserable, but I guess the same applies for Kroll. Just fell through a shaft on Orc 1 right into the middle of the bolt. 4 High Priests, 4 Knights, 4 Sorcerers, 4 Warriors, and 4 Priests inside. And just wait for the Warlord that's about to tag in. Oh man, that sounds pretty unlucky. You should immediately teleport. We are going to read. No, wait. Should we read anything? Well, the fact is that I have 0 armor class because even though I have negative armor class, it is still 0. So I am not too sure about the current situation. It also seems that everyone is real, like no summoners. Oh, well, the wizard was summoned, but that's about it. I think the correct thing to do right now is to drink a potion of brilliance to gain essentially double mana. Fire Dragon Shapeshifter, we can kill this guy easily. We just need to go for the refrigeration. Of course, it is weak to cold, so it just proceeds to die. Um, pretty good indeed. Ouch, 18 damage. But yeah, there is a lot of variety of monsters here. Demon Spawn Corruptor, like that is not something that I would expect to see, but I guess if it's supposed to be kind of like a frat house, everyone is invited. Um, yeah, take a look at that. Can hit for 25 plus glaive and kick for 20. Plain Rend and Entropic Weave. Oh, you also have Entropic Weave nowadays. That's new. Huh. Okay. So it seems that Alistair's party house is just like go crazy on the summoners that summon um, a lot of things from various different places. It says you're in Alistair's party mansion. I am indeed in Alistair's party mansion, as you can see there. It is one of several Wizlabs that you can have in this game. Ouch. 22 damage, but of course I am going to absolutely get destroyed by a couple of Entropy Weaver simulacrums. If I had cold resistance, it would be a good time to put it on, but unfortunately I do not possess that. I also do not have any scrolls of blinking, and I, of course, forgot to learn about the blinking spell, so that's bad. I should really learn the spell. I have it there, and it's like 4 or 5 skill in translocations to have it at 1% chance to miscast. Joe, imagine you go to a party and you see several other MBTs like you just walking around, but they're made out of ice and not sentient. You'd leave. It's like eccentric millionaire ice statues. Like I can actually imagine that. Um, But yeah, I would probably leave as well. Maybe it would be a good idea to leave at this current moment. I would love to be able to drink either heal wounds, haste, or resistance to not get melted by the entropy weavers. They are not faster than I am. Normally they are, but Simulacrum are not as fast as I am. So maybe it would be a good idea to kite them to the next choke point, so I don't get hit by 2 of them at the same time with 0 armor class. I'm gonna attempt that. It is safer than anything else that I could try. I am not slow or anything. Okay, yeah. This entropic weave is pretty funny. Like it is cartoonish levels of funny. Wow, this seems to be maybe a bit too much for a normal character. I'm not sure that I want to continue doing it. On the other hand, I could also read Immolation and just like try to explode everyone like that. All these simulacrum and all the spellcasters. When did you even hit 28 corrosion? Now I have 32. There were a lot of entropy weavers and the Demon Spawn Corruptors also have entropic weave nowadays, so that's how I have 32 corrosion. You would have died 20 minutes ago 100%? Yeah, the key of Crawl is not dying when things get scary like this. It is important to be able to recognize when things are getting scary and to play around not dying in that kind of situation, which is what I'm doing right now. Okay, that is fine. Gonna step away a bit after reading my scroll summoning, and then we are going to read the scroll of immolation. And that applies inner flame to literally everything that I could see. So it is only a matter of time before one of these things dies and everything proceeds to explode. Yep. I think the explosions happen outside of my line of sight. Of course, the clouds don't remain, but the explosions do happen. Being a fire elementalist, I guess I can afford to. Oh, there's a cloud of meth here. That's funny. Um, okay, that's pretty good. What resistances do you have? Negative energy and torment. Okay, that's fine. See, Trent, you're just about to take a break. Oh, yeah, I see. A strat with minus 13 would be funny, but probably end badly. You mean what I'm currently doing? It's going fine. I have 2 pips of fire resistance. Um, so yeah, this is going well. It's just that I should really avoid being within melee range of anything at this point. Because they hit really hard because I have cat armor class, right? Oh, my summons disappeared, unfortunately. And I see that not everything is dead. They're severely wounded, so we can probably finish them off. I see that there is still a Sphinx, a Nagaraja, a 2 Nagaraja. Okay, I think these guys die to refrigeration. I'm at full mana. Saying the limits you know of this game, you're currently strutting along killing stuff with minus 13 armor class. Well, you have to keep in mind that I am a mage, and mages can afford to do that kind of thing. Of course, I will still explode if like something blows on me. But the thing is that I have a character that will prevent that from happening in the first place. Like I can just cast my spells from afar and like position correctly, even use my summons as meat shields as you saw there, and be very careful about not taking any further damage, and I can do this. This is scary, but it is not unmanageable. Yeah, there's very few situations where there's like, oh yeah, I'm just dead, and this is not one of them. Especially with a character as powerful as this one. It's also 1 defensive layer. Evasion and shield still intact. Yeah, and the shield was carrying me there because if it was not for the shield, like evasion is a placebo number. Like you can increase it as much as you want, but when you need it the most, it will fail you. That's just how evasion is. Shield, on the other hand, I don't think of it as a placebo number. I think shield is very noticeable when you have it. Yeah, it is very noticeable when you have it, and it is also very noticeable when you don't have it. So I do advocate for shield and armor class much more than evasion. Stealth, in your opinion, better defensive layer than evasion. I am not a fan of evasion myself, but I do agree with that because at least with stealth, you guarantee that you will be avoiding fights, and with evasion, it's just like a coin flip. It's literally nothing that you can control whether or not you dodge things. So yeah, if I had to choose between stealth and evasion, I would have evasion. Or rather stealth, I mean. So we're gonna go for... No, wait, I need to reveal more monsters. Yeah, maybe 1 more step away? No, we're gonna stay here. Gonna wait a turn? No, I can drink potions now. Maybe I should drink resistance. Nah, we're fine, we're fine. This is a very interesting quiz lab, I have to say. Very entertaining. It is obviously dangerous, but I like the variety. Like it throws everything at you. I like it a lot. Minus 36 corrosion. Yeah, it is literally cartoonish levels of corrosion. Usually minus 8 corrosion is like already, oh my god, I'm gonna die levels of corrosion. Having minus 36 is just like hilarious. Okay, we wait, and we waited so that we were able to hit the Sphinx with refrigeration. I want to use my mana in the most efficient way because I might have to keep fighting like much longer than this. I just thought of something. Maybe this would be way easier if I had gone through here instead of surrounding this and breaking those. Oh, yeah, so I just made this harder for myself. Ah, I am only with minus 36 corrosion because I used Flame Wave before and I destroyed these trees, I think. Otherwise, I maybe wouldn't have access to the part of the level that I am right now. And I maybe just fought everything at the same time. I think that's what happened. Too bad this didn't happen in your Tiles run. This is one time where console is so much more readable than Tiles. This seems complicated. And yeah, there is a lot of things going on. Currently in Spider 2, Luis showed up and has 50% chance to banishing you. Do you have a file of lots? Do you have a file of lots? Let's see, item. Yeah, do you have one of these things? Because this is amazing for not dying in that kind of situation. Those Nagaraja are probably the most dangerous thing there. Haste and powerful ranged. Yeah, shoot that at Louise. No matter if she blocks it or not, no matter if you have evocations or not, that silences her. So Louise won't be able to cast any spells while silenced. You still need to find a way to kill her past her good armor class and tower shield and her good weapon. So it is not a guarantee to win the fight, but it is like at least a way to let you escape without dying. So yeah, keep that in mind. That's the kind of thing that you need to consider when you're playing this game. There's more often than not an out, almost always an out, and the out may not be an item that you have. Sometimes the correct thing to do is to just leave the fight or run to the stairs or re-teleport. And sometimes you may be able to kill things, but you need to think about that. Like for example, in this one, I went for the scroll of immolation after scroll of summoning, and that killed a fair amount of the things that were chasing me. And yeah, the Nagaraja are indeed dangerous. Like if I get hit for poison arrow, that would be bad. And they're hasted, the two of them. But I think I can kill them with refrigeration. Did I miscast? Huh. With 5%, I feel scammed. Okay, let's go regeneration or refrigeration rather. It's looking good. Looking good. Alrighty, one more. There we go, easy peasy. And we get a Demon Whip of Draining as a trophy. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Okay, let's keep exploring this vault. I wouldn't be surprised if I had already explored or if I had already killed like the bulk of the monsters in here. Um, yeah, and we fought all of those things at the same time. Oh, this definitely looks like a frat house with like a bunch of rooms. Hey, look at that, a second scroll of acquirement. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the crystal plate just as a trophy. And we're also going to read the other one, Staff of Cold, Book of Power. What does it have nowadays? Sphere, Iron Shot, and Spellforge Servitor. Not too much of a fan of it. Ring of Dexterity. I'm gonna get the money here. This scroll is not good. Not for my character, at least. Maybe another character would be very happy to find one of those staves of cold. Wow. Okay, so keep this in mind. It's a Wizlav, and I just identified a scroll of blinking. This is literally the first scroll of blinking that I see in the whole game. Oh man, if that doesn't showcase the power of this character, I don't think anything can. So in case it's not obvious to you, not having scrolls of blinking and surviving for so long to get to this point in the game is like a remarkable feat. It's not something that happens very often. So I am very happy to at least have like life insurance now in the form of that scroll of blinking. Okay, a couple of world binders, nothing that we can't kill with good old flame wave. I guess I'll pick it up. Maybe I don't want to enchant this enchant weapon. Hell Knight. Okay, you're immune to fire, so I cannot really kill you with what I would normally use to kill monsters. But I can kill you with refrigeration, which proceeds to one-shot the necromancer. Poor necromancer turned out to be like caught in the crossfire. Okay, and as I suspected, I found a better demon weapon already, highly enchanted demon blade of flaming too. So I don't really have a lot of plans for getting a melee weapon. It might happen. There's nothing that prevents me from using a melee weapon with this character, other than the skilling, I guess, and the fact that I have 9 strength. Hey, inscribe an item with your name. Let's inscribe the crystal plate because it would be way better on your character than on mine. There you go. You've got 8.1k2. Yeah, you can ask me to inscribe a lot of items. Though please do limit yourself to once per character. I would appreciate that. Well, with riposte gun, no point holding a longsword anymore. You typically get a demon trident on a mage anyway. Yeah, demon trident would be good. I don't think this character has found one. Let's take a look. No, no demon tridents. I have 7 mana. I guess I could use a potion of mana because I need to be able to fight these guys. If I don't, like I am in a dead end, and yet again I forgot to learn Blink. I really need to do that, but I keep forgetting about it. Um, yeah, I'm gonna drink the potion of mana. Probably also chase it with some brilliance, and then we can kill everything. But no, I think brilliance is probably unnecessary. Are you fire immune? You're not, so I should just like do flame wave instead of doing refrigeration. Hey, there's a demon trident, and it happens to have the brand that it should have a demon trident. A demon blade of electrocution. So I am thinking about it because I could just like not go for the demon trident because it is not as highly enchanted as the demon blade that I got. Um, okay. Yeah. Let's learn blink now. Let's learn blink now before I forget about it again. Yeah, I guess ask and ye shall be given. That happens very frequently. Not gonna lie, it does happen a lot. Oh wow, I have a freezing cloud at 1%. I also have toxic radiance. Oh, I already got my final spells from Behumet, and we got polar vortex. So I guess we just won the game. In case you have never seen it, polar vortex is incredibly powerful. It melts everything. It's just like that. It melts everything. There's very few monsters in this game that are immune to cold, and they still get melted by polar vortex. So I am going to go for that. That is going to be my end goal with this character. Of course, it is funny that I am a fire elementalist and that I am going to get the level 9 ice magic spell. But unlike Firestorm, which requires me to get level 9 levels of training on 2 schools, Polar Vortex only requires me to do that on 1 school. So I think of Polar Vortex as more achievable for a normal run, and especially for a human, even if that human has Behumet's assistance. You ask for a Nugger win? Well, you got it with that character. Just don't like die horribly, and you should be good to go. Please let me out. You're engulfed in degeneration. I like that message. That's a pretty funny message. Do I have a port? Because a port would be. Oh, I do have a port. Okay, that's very convenient. I'm gonna train. I'm gonna train for it right now. Turn that off. Turn on good old translocations, and let's train it to 5. I don't need a lot of translocations because I don't need a lot of spell power. Blink does get affected by spell power nowadays. The more spell power you have, the less cooldown it has. And that's pretty decent, but I also don't need a lot of spell power or a lot of training to get it to a high enough level of power to be usable. So let me get this right. Now that you changed that, you're only level up that single skill, right? Yes. I went in here and if you press a capital letter, it turns everything off. Like for example, take a look at this. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. I pressed something that I shouldn't have pressed. Huh? Weird. What am I pressing here? Yeah. But anyway, let's say that I turn on all of these, right? And then I press capital letter N. So everything gets turned off except for the capital letter that I pressed. I do that a fair bit. I do it more often than not at the very start of the game because you start with a bunch of skills turned on, and I don't like to ever train more than 1 skill at the same time unless they are skills relevant to what I am doing. Like for example, if I want to get Flame Wave, I would be training Conjurations and Fire, maybe a bit of spellcasting as well. But more often than not, I only train Conjurations and Fire, so I train those two. But after that, like I go for fighting, and I only train fighting, and then I only go for other things, etc., etc. You know, That's how I train skills myself. I feel like that makes me more powerful, or like lets me get to that power level faster compared to training those things, but also training a bit of armor and a bit of dodging and a bit of shields and a bit of fighting alongside. Like I feel like that dilutes the experience way too much, and you never become powerful enough. But at least that's how I do it. Blink has a cooldown. It has a cooldown in the current version of the game. Yes. Let me go to a safe room where I don't blink myself into degeneration and cast it. And yep, you blink minus blink. You're unable to blink, which by the way is a lie because I think you can blink with a scroll blinking. Like I try to read it and it doesn't stop me from reading it. So I think that indicator is a lie. And you can still blink with a scroll blinking. But if you wanted to cast blinking, you're still too unstable to blink. So yeah, that is a very recent nerf to blink. Unfortunately, it was too powerful. It is a crazy good spell. Still very usable, but not so brainless as it was before. Um, Let me. Oh, didn't I get a port? I think I didn't. Okay, we're gonna port all of that sweet money and other items. Oh, it's only 1 gold piece. Come on. Why am I even doing this? I guess it's fine. I can pick them up, so why not? Do enemies get it too? I don't think so. You know how it is with Crawl? Monsters cheat. That is like the golden rule of Crawl. Monsters get access to things that are way more powerful than players have access to. Staff of Fire and a bunch of gold. I don't know what the symbolism is behind that. Okay, something makes me think that there's not gonna be a lot of other things in this vault. Oh, Scrolls of Fear, Book of Lightning with Maxwell's Instant Kill, a spell that I have yet to cast, by the way. But I don't think I will cast it with this character. I wonder if there's anything past these trees over here that I could access if I burnt them down. I wonder if it's a good idea to give that a try. I guess I can, and it's the first time I see this vault, so I would like to know. And I would like to find out in the fun way, doing it through the game, not the lame way, which would be looking up the vault in the source code and checking it out like that. A ring mail, okay. But chances are good that we are done here. Wouldn't be surprised if this was it. Think they deliberately removed anything that required burning down trees. So yeah, if this is a new vault, I would be very surprised if it had anything past those trees. I do see some tiles, however, like tiles that didn't have trees, so maybe there is indeed something here. It's not gonna take me a lot. Oh, never mind, there's nothing. Alrighty. Well, with that being done, I think it is time for me to depart this place. I find it pretty funny that we indeed ended up fighting the entirety of this place at the same time. So it was quite probably not meant for a player to go through the back room, because that pretty much aggravates everyone. If you go through the front door, through the clouds of degeneration, you get to fight in a much more controlled environment, like more choke points. Of course, no corridors, but more choke points, which can make the whole thing much more bearable and much less dangerous. I don't think you're gonna get to 36 corrosion if you do it that way. Dalderan that had stuff hidden behind the tree now just has a ruined one tile room. Seriously, I think it has like a statue. That one was heavily reworked. Um, Still a bunch of plant chopping goodies though. I don't like the plant chopping. It is kind of annoying. But anyway, that was it for that Wizlaff. Pretty interesting Wizlaff. First time I saw it. Very fun too. Um, very fun flavor. I liked it, but it gets pretty dangerous for sure. If you do it the way I did it, I have to say. Probably if you do it the the intended way, it is not as dangerous as I made it out to be this time. Okay. Yeah. You know, the mariachi background music is pretty funny. I wonder if I'm gonna get like DMCA for it. It would be tragic. I would straight up be so mad if I got DMCA for that because it is way beyond my control. Like that is actually levels of out of my control that I cannot even begin to comprehend. Um, so yeah, fingers crossed for me not getting DMCA'd by that. Even if I was to get DMCA'd, you have like 3 strikes, so it doesn't matter. You used to like the 3 stuff more when having a means to remove them was more accessible. Yeah, Wand of Fire, right? I remember when I came back to Crawl and I told a new player, hey, use a Wand of Fire to burn down those trees, and they were using a Wand of Flame, and I just didn't know that Wands of Fire didn't exist anymore. Yeah, disintegration. I also like disintegration digging because it allowed for more precise digging instead of just like digging a huge corridor. Um, I kind of understand why they were removed, but I do still miss them, or like those items having that function. Um, no, 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 no. Okay, so we should probably keep training ice magic, maybe even armor. But no, what we really should train is fighting because I only have 12 fighting. We can train like 21 fighting. And then when we get 21 fighting, we should go for Polar Vortex. Because as it is right now, like we can kill things at this stage of the game, like fine. I wouldn't say that they are free, but we don't have many complications killing things. Later on, however, we're gonna start to see some messed up things, and by then we better have Polar Vortex. But it will still take a while for us to get to that point. Um, Kidoki, pretty good. How loud is it? Can you guys hear that? Because it is pretty loud to me. Maybe I should close the window. I had it opened because I don't have AC, of course. Like most houses in Mexico City don't have AC, but sometimes things get kind of hot and you have to open the window. More often than not, there's no need for that. But now I feel like I need to close the window, so alrighty, window has been closed. I hope that dampens the noise somewhat. I dropped the mouse. Okay, there we go. You haven't heard a thing except your voice whole stream, to be honest. Huh. Because here's the thing, my neighbors are going crazy with the mariachi. You missed background music. Yeah. From all the genres of music, like traditional, well, I guess traditional, but like it's not quite traditional, but that let's go with that word. Traditional Mexican music, mariachi is the one that I like the most, personally. Like there's also many other types of Mexican music that I don't like nearly as much as mariachi, but mariachi it's very digestible compared to others. Alexa, play Vetella. Yeah, that would be like a cumbia, and I don't like cumbia. Maybe it is the fact that I went through my entire childhood listening to cumbias on the bus on the way home, and I don't know, I never liked it. Um, you like South Park Mexican? South Park Mexican. I don't know what that is. I do like South Park, but I don't know what South Park Mexican is. Oh, oh, is it like No, I have no idea. Do you mean like some episodes of South Park like Casa Bonita? Because the episodes where Cartman goes to Casa Bonita, those are probably some of the funniest episodes of South Park, at least to me. Oh, I got marked. I used to have 1% to or 1% chance to get marked. It is not the case anymore because I took off an item of willpower, and those guys have like a very enhanced chance to mark you. So right now I am fighting in the stairs in case things go bad or I run out of mana, so I can go upstairs. But it didn't really go bad at all. We were just able to kill everything. He's a rapper. Never heard of that human before. So I wouldn't be able to provide feedback on that, I guess. Yikes. Oh, strong war gargoyle. No wonder I got hit for 44. Yeah, the war gargoyle hits you with a flail, and the convoker hits you with a morning star. This is an issue, but it's not as bad as you would think because oh, what? Did it get a free turn on me? It got a free turn on me. Um, Ouch. Okay, let's not do that. Um, hmm. This is a bit of a complicated situation. 55. Huh. So there's not much that I can really do about it. Yeah, normally I would blink away right now, but there's no tile where I can blink, like with control blinking, I mean, that saves me because the war gargoyle can see literally every tile that I am at. Um, Now, when it comes to preventing the war gargoyle from casting spells so that it doesn't shoot me with metal splinters again and kills me, um, I cannot do File of Lots even if I had it because that monster is immune to it. Being a gargoyle, it doesn't need to breathe and therefore doesn't get waterlogged. And now the door closed for some reason. Like I assumed that I was fighting Bold Warden that trapped me. Yeah, that is deceptively dangerous. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we are in a pretty bad spot. I need to get lucky with the War Gargoyle not hitting me so hard with metal splinters again in order to survive. I'm gonna go for heal wounds, then teleport, and then heal wounds. He's in prison for something that people would call you inhuman for, so not even a bad call. I guess that's fine. Okay, pretty good healed with heal wounds. It was not 35, it was probably 31, and then I got the regen heal, which is very noticeable. I'm gonna go for another one, actually. Wait, you know what? Maybe blinking, because I don't want to get hit by a strong war gargoyle. That is perfectly okay. You know, the duality of man. Sometimes the war gargoyle hits you with metal splinters for 55, probably 59 because the regen 4. And then sometimes the war gargoyle hits you and it straight up doesn't get past your armor class. Or well, it does get past your armor class, but it hits you for like 1. Your adrenaline is going, you're just watching. Yeah, this kind of situation is fun. Sometimes the game likes to screw you over like this, and it is pretty interesting trying to not die in this kind of situation. Are you fast? Oh, you are fast. Okay, I didn't know that war gargoyles are fast. Is that new? Let's check real quick. Is this new? I don't even know if that is the command. Good old deal 1 dice of X reduced by 1 dice of Y. Except that this is a bit more complex than that because it is reduced by 3 dice of Y, I think, because it checks armor class 3 times. Okay, well, this guy is strong, regardless of whether or not it was strong before, so we kind of have to deal with it. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna read teleport. Oh, I am already teleporting. That's fine. In that case, I should not read another teleport because, in case you don't know, if you read a teleport when you're teleporting, it cancels the teleport. So you lose the teleport status effect. Yubnisiad Hailstorm to avoid missing Behemoth Ignite Poison. Very wise decision. I would have done the same pretty much. In fact, I don't think I would have gotten Hailstorm in the first place. The fact that it is a conjuration spell and the highest level spell in the whole book, when you have crazy good spells in the form of Frozen Ramparts and also Kubus Armor in the level 3 slot, that are single school, like I don't think it's that necessary to go for Hailstorm. I would maybe get it if there's like nothing else that you can get and you need the extra power because it is powerful. Um, but whenever there is another choice, I would go for the different choice. Where Gargoyle is a speed 14, there's no way it was a speed 14 before this version. That has to be new. Okay, there we go. We got the teleport. Where Gargoyles are pretty crazy dangerous. But this time I am at full HP, so chances are good that I can actually kill it this time around. Yeah, this time I'm not gonna underestimate this silly War Gargoyle. I was surprised that it was getting so many turns on me, but I guess it explains that the fact that it is speed 14. Mm. So anyway, how are we going to get rid of this guy? 14 speed even in 0.17. I've never noticed, but I guess they're fast now, and they're fast in 0.17. So, hmm. Yeah, they're pretty rare. In modern versions, they're much more common because they spawn with Peacekeeper bands and bolts. Much more common than they used to be before. Pretty dangerous nonetheless. It wouldn't be the first time one of these kills me. Um, so let's see. You have cold resistance. Maybe we're gonna go for refrigeration into Flame Wave. Wow, it just deals garbage damage. Okay, but I guess we're killing it. Almost destroyed. One more. There we go. Let me drop my demon weapons so that they don't take up space in my inventory. I think I would enchant the demon blade. Why? Why did I drop that? I don't want to drop that. Yeah, there we go. You always underestimate even regular gargoyle. Regular gargoyle, I don't underestimate anymore. Oh, we found an amulet of mana regen. Let me put it on. Let me drop this cloak. I'm not gonna use that. Um, Yeah, regular gargoyles are so dangerous to any character. Um, they deal crazy high damage for no good reason, and they're highly resistant to everything that you do at that stage of the game. Yet again, for no good reason whatsoever. So I am always afraid of normal gargoyles. Usually, when I find work gargoyles, I'm already powerful or resilient enough for them not to be dangerous, but every now and then they are pretty dangerous, like pretty reminiscent of their not war counterpart. Doors being able to be broken open seems so weird to you. Why? What makes you say that? It is a new thing that the development team added to the game to make it more interesting to like the door interaction. Now, closing a door on a monster is no guarantee that you will lose the monster. Or like, I did it on stream before, but against the speed 10 monsters, you could theoretically infinitely close the door. Like you close the door, the monster opens the door. You close the door, the monster opens the door, right? Um, and then you could regen to full HP. That was what the development team wanted to get rid of with the change to doors, and it definitely accomplishes that. If it's between that and door removal, I take what we have right now because door removal, I don't know. I feel like it would be kind of whack. I like my doors. Doors are sweet. They offer very good or very interesting tactical choices. Like you can close the door on an Hydra, and then the Hydra cannot actually reach you because for some reason monsters that are not like intelligent cannot open doors or cannot break doors. You would think that Hydras would be able to do precisely that, but it is not the case. Okay. Sometimes Behemoth's mana regen gets pretty crazy. Like, I have 19 mana when I cast Refrigeration, and I went all the way to 33 because I killed like 4 monsters. Behemoth really shines when you use spells that hit a million monsters at the same time. And yeah, take a look at that beautiful damage from Starburst. I haven't used it a lot. Unfortunately, I got refrigeration, and I didn't really need to use it in the first place. But Starburst is pretty good. Don't underestimate it just because I haven't really been using it in this run. 3-rune character or extendo. 3-rune, yeah, I don't like doing extended very often. And do keep in mind that in this version I already did 2 extended runs, one of which is on YouTube, by the way. If you want to check it out, just look for Hot Hells and it should show up. If it's not, I will probably make it public later today. Okay, Donald happens to have an upgrade for me. That's a pretty good thing to see. Extended equals sleepy face, as one of my favorite streamers would say, sleepy face. Okay, we got rid of Donald, who normally happens to be pretty dangerous, but sometimes he can be pretty underwhelming, and this time it was definitely one of those occasions. After clearing Spider and getting the first rune, where should you go now? You can go do the other lure branch, or you can do as I'm currently doing and do bolts. Yeah, both of those are good ideas. Where there is a random chainmail there that I didn't step on to identify it. It's trash. Tragic. You have slime and shoals. Yeah, don't do slime. Slime is significantly more dangerous than shoals. And shoals is bad, but slime is on a whole nother league. Yep, slime is very deceptively dangerous, but deceptively dangerous. So you really should not try to do it, at least not at this stage of the game. I used to like doing slime a lot more before the introduction of rock slimes. Rock slimes are pretty messed up. Willpower is an issue right now. Yep, yeah. Willpower is the one resistance that you want to have in this game. Like you could theoretically win the game with no fire resistance. Sure, it will be miserable, but you can win the game. With willpower, every monster that hexes, and believe me, there is a lot of monsters that hex in this game, will be a situation of, oh, I hope that I don't get banished or paralyzed or petrified and killed immediately with no counterplay whatsoever because of those hexes. The counterplay is prevention when it comes to monsters with messed up hexes. And as you can see, this wizard has banishment, for example. Yeah, and the more you progress through the game, the more you will see monsters with banishment. Now, my current scale mail gives me 3 intelligence. I am really thinking about replacing it with acid scales and just enchanting acid scales and going through the game with those. You have a willpower ring? Yeah, wear that. That is my recommendation. Wear that. I just wear that unless you have items that give you willpower. Like for example, I have 2 randards this game that give me willpower and regen. Funnily enough, I got extremely lucky with those. Okie dokie. Pretty good. It seems that the mariachis have stopped, fortunately. Wait, you have a willpower ring. Yeah, swap strength and poison resistance ring for willpower and cold resistance and do shoals. Do keep in mind that Shoals has one monster that can deal incredible amounts of poison, and that would be the sea snake. So whenever you see a sea snake, it would probably not be a terrible idea for you to either kill it before it melees you or switch to the poison resistance ring. So yeah, unless you are a fan of losing half your HP in 2 turns out of nowhere. Yeah, they're super fast and they swim even faster in water, like pretty much everything in shoals. So so yeah, just keep that in mind. You're melee too. Yeah, but even like I just saw your character. It is a Minotaur Berserker. You could have throwing, you could have evocations. Like not because you're not a spellcaster does it mean that you don't have options to kill things from afar. Like you're not even using a shield. You could theoretically get the experience for an arbalest. Of course, Trog nowadays doesn't provide you with ammunition anymore, but Arbalest ammunition is super plentiful in the game because Bolts has a million of Yaktars, and all the Yaktars have a fair amount of projectiles for the Arbalest. Ooh, Titanic Slime Creature. Let's not do that. Shows is where the lack of shield is gonna hurt a lot. I think the lack of shield hurts a lot from that point in the game until the end of it. That's just how I think of it. In fact, shows I would say is probably one of the parts of the game where shield or no shield you're gonna get pretty roughed up regardless, because a lot of the very dangerous effects in shows like War Nymph, War Strike, or Merfolk Javelin, Ear Javelin just don't care about the shield. Um, yeah, Shoals is kind of complicated like that. You really need good damage output and good survivability, but Shoals automatically, like, well, not automatically, but like intentionally goes um, and tries to neutralize some of your resistances and defenses. It's also difficult to run away in shoals because there's so many pools of shallow water, and of course there's the deep water, and all the monsters swim fast through those, and you don't. You actually walk more slowly. So yeah. At that point in the game, like the game starts to challenge you with situations where the things that you were doing before, you could even go as far as to say brainlessly, like walking away from monsters, no longer work that well. Of course, being a Minotaur Berserker, you probably won't notice that much because Minotaur Berserker is among the most powerful things that you can do in this game altogether. It is very simple and it is very powerful. Mm, so yeah, you probably haven't had to run away from a lot of things. Um, That's exactly why I wouldn't recommend Minotaur Berserker to a beginner, because Minotaur Berserker doesn't really teach you how to run away from things. If you play something that is not as powerful as a Minotaur Berserker, you will be forced to learn to run away from things and to like threat assess more properly. Um, Instead of being just carried by the fact that that you're a Minotaur, or that you can berserk everything, or that you can browse. I feel like Minotaur Berserker really can win almost every fight that they get themselves into at any stage of the game. Troll, yeah, Troll is a pretty good thing actually, because Troll does do extremely well in the early game, and then it decays so hard by the time it comes to getting a rune. Like they have such a bad time getting their first rune, but then you get your first rune and you're probably set for the rest of the game. Um, but yeah, Troll can get pretty difficult, not gonna lie. Troll is really hard unless you get the right armor. You can use Troll later, and it is a matter of like taking fights carefully and stuff like that. So what's best you think for a relatively new player? Well, of course, that just like go with your current character as far as you can, and then later on, when you're done with your character, one way or another, I would recommend you to try an Ogre Mage. Ogre is amazing. Because they have a bunch of HP. And Mage is amazing because you don't have the greatest difficulty early in the game, which is fights randomly not going in your favor in the first couple of dungeons or in the first couple of dungeon levels because you're a mage and you kill things from afar. So more often than not, things do not touch you. Playing a mage also teaches you about resources and options because as a melee character, you have like death, right? Mages have a bunch of different spells. As you can see, like how many spells do I have? I've been using a good variety of them depending on the kind of monsters that I'm fighting, the amount of monsters, and the arena. So it's that thing. Like it teaches you how to use the proper tool for the proper situation and that kind of stuff. Um, And Ogre Mages, specifically Ogre Ice Elementalist, is super strong. You can get the starting spellbook castable really fast, and Ogre has +3 fighting, and they also have the most HP in the game, leaving aside the +3 fighting. So it is not uncommon for you to go into Lair with like 120 more or plus HP, and it is not uncommon for you to get out of Lair with like 160 or 170 HP. They're really, really powerhouses. Um, yeah, that's what I would recommend personally. That's my go-to. I enjoy Ogre a lot, specifically Ogre Spellcaster. Melee Ogre is not good. Melee Ogre is super bad. Um, but Ogre Spellcaster is super good on the other hand. We'll learn Spellcaster after Minotaur. Yeah, a Spellcaster is a lot of complexity, so it might be a bit overwhelming for a new player. But I did enjoy being a Spellcaster for my first win. My first win was a Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist of Maclef in version 0.8. Over 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago. No, I think it's been over 10 years. It's not been quite 11 years. Um, so yeah, I guess that's why I'm biased in favor of spellcasters. After that, I won the same combo for 15 runes, and then I won a Spriggan Earth Elementalist, and then I think I started winning Deep Elves. It really did take me a while to win a melee character. I do remember being like, what is going on? Why is melee so hard? But yeah, man, this game makes me happy. I've been playing so much of this game. Am I done with bots or did I get shafted? I think I got shafted. Oh yeah, I did get shafted. Okay, we're doing fine. Not a lot of damage received, and I have a pretty good amount of HP. 176 HP is much more than I was handling before. Yeah, I had like 130 or something. So it was indeed time to turn on fighting. Um, Once upon a time, you would recommend Deepelf as a good way to learn, but you don't know anymore after all the changes to books. I don't think the changes to books are necessarily negative. The reason that I would not recommend Deepelf altogether, as it is nowadays, is because all the things that made Deepelf good, or like they were not things unique to Deep Elf. That is the big thing. They were things that Deep Elf just had access to almost immediately as they found them, like charms, specifically haste. Those things have been getting removed from the game. So the things that made Deep Elf like a desirable species choice are gone now, and all that is left is a species that is fragile and doesn't really do anything too crazy to compensate for its fragility. Or in other words, a challenge species. That's how I would define Deep Elf nowadays. Did you abuse Battlesphere? Oh, you played a ton of Deep Elf Conqueror very early on in like 2015 and never won with it. But to learn with in your experience. I see, I see. I did enjoy my Deep Elves a lot. I remember playing a lot of Deep Elf and being like, why does no one recommend Deep Elf? This seems like crazy powerful, because they got their like starting spellbook castable super fast, and that is in my opinion a very good thing. But then again, the starting spellbooks were way different back then. Yeah, now you can get your starting spellbook castable very easily. Okie dokie. Maybe we want to refrigerate now. Yeah, because I have monsters all the way over there. So they got killed by refrigeration. Good stuff indeed. You know, the only downside of refrigeration compared to Flame Wave is that it costs way more mana. It does deal more damage, but when it comes to mana efficiency, Flame Wave destroys refrigeration. Of course, sometimes you just don't care about mana efficiency and you just want to kill everything as fast as possible, and then that is the kind of fight where refrigeration is going to excel. If I'm fighting monsters that are vulnerable to cold, that is. Okay. I am surprisingly tanky for a character with these defenses. 18, 18, 16. It doesn't seem so tanky, but things are barely hitting me or hurting me. Um, Certainly, like, I'm not getting into awful fights like I was getting into with one of my previous characters. Last week's characters were pretty rough. The two human fire elementalists of Sif Muna. Hmm. Yeah. I was thinking about learning Toxic Radiance, but if I didn't learn it for this place, I don't think I'm gonna learn it altogether. What I am going to get, however, is Polar Vortex, as I mentioned before. That is going to be how I win the game. That's like my win condition: get to Polar Vortex and cast it, and then kill everything, and then pick up the Orf. Where bolts to? Yeah. Okay, we're done with bolts. I don't like to do bolts 5, at least not immediately. It is super dangerous. Um, and I haven't done shows yet. So, Trend Offender, if you're still around, I am also doing shows now. So you will see how drastically different it is for a mage to do this compared to a melee character. I guess I am also more powerful than your average mage. For shows, maybe it is a good idea to get swamp skills. Or not swamp skills, acid skills. Yeah, I have them on the floor, so I'm gonna go pick them up and I'm going to wear them and enchant them because I think they might be better than what I'm currently wearing. Okay, 13. Yep. What's the base armor class in the scale mail actually? 6. And I think the acid scales also have 6 base armor class. Yeah. If I enchant them, well, I can enchant them to +6. I'm gonna do that actually, because I don't think there's any other armor that I could be able to wear with this character. Yeah, 19 armor class, 23 evasion, and also resistance to corrosion, which allows me to drop this ring of resistance to corrosion that I was carrying around and I never really used. But I also never really saw any monsters that hit me with acid, which is really the reason to have resistance to corrosion. It decreases acid damage, and it also gives you a chance to not be corroded when you get hit by acid. It also prevents entropy weavers, just like corroding you, but that is more of a placebo, and I feel like it still happens a lot, despite the fact that you may or may not have the resistance. So shows it is. All right. Okie dokie. Being a character at this experience level, like this is not the kind of branch that you're supposed to do so late into the game. So don't be surprised if I just like steamroll through all of these guys. Resistance to corrosion, definitely a placebo against entropy weaver. Yep. I like don't even attempt to mitigate the resistance or the corrosion from the entropy weavers. You're not gonna win. After all, like entropy, dude. You just don't win against entropy. What you should do is have a way to kill them that doesn't care about being omega corroded. And I guess this character does that pretty well. We have a Kobold Berserker of Trog. Doesn't hit that hard if you think about it. I've killed things that hit harder. This guy is very resistant to fire, however. Resistant to cold as well. It has 100 HP and a lot of armor class. I don't know if refrigeration ignores armor class. A lot of armor class. Yeah, for a Kobold, 30 armor class or whatever it has. It's between 25 and 30. 26 or 30, I think. It is a lot of armor class. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kobolds because of the -2 HP. But I guess they're powerful. Or they are okay. But anyway, is there any point in me going in there? Ooh, there is a random ring. Okay, there is a point. I'm gonna open this. You are a fan of Halfling Rip? I was not that much of a fan of Halfling. I thought of them as pretty decent. I would even go as far as to say good. But I was not a fan. I am not too affected by its removal. And I do like Jin. I love Jin. Jin are absolutely incredible and amazing. In fact, if you don't want to play an ogre, you should play a Jin. But Jin is definitely much more advanced than an ogre spellcaster is, because you really have to adapt to what you get in order to get your win as a Jin. Um, as a general rule, almost every game past the early game is winnable, and if you die past the early game, you probably did something wrong. Um, and it is up to you to determine what you did wrong. Of course, uh, you can play this game for years and still get into situations where you die and you're like, wow, that was BS. I don't know what I could have done better. I had one of those happen last tournament actually. I was in Tomb and I went down Tomb 3 and there was a dispersal trap. And I had a very few turns of leniency to not die there. And unfortunately, I chose like the wrong action like 3 times in a row and I died. It was messed up. Yeah, sometimes you roll snake eyes, but that is in the early game. The early game has much more situations, or so much, um, yeah, much more situations where you can just straight up die like that. Um, Later on, the game changes and you have more options, and it is up to you to use those options to not die. This guy apparently is impervious to death. Yeah, I used all my mana bar and it still has around 50% of its HP, so that's not very good. I have one teleport. All of a sudden we stopped picking up scrolls of teleport for some reason. I skipped D3. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and do D3, and this would be the perfect time for me to have melee. In fact, I am going to start training long blades so I can have melee. Demon blades. You don't have spells or anything. Yeah, it does have a lot of evasion, however. Okay, 27 armor class with Osokubu's armor. It's looking pretty good. It's kind of beating me. Does it have draining? Oh, it does have draining. That's not good. Um, yeah, the spells that I currently have to deal with that guy are not very good. I think it would be a good idea for me to pick up something like Orb of Destruction. I think I have it. Oh, wait, there's a better way to do this. I do not have it. I think it was offered by Behumet at some point, but I just didn't pick it up. Okay, I guess I can buy it for 600 gold. Let's see. What's my success chance on Horrible Destruction? 7%. So it doesn't require that much more skill. Like, I guess Conjurations to 14 would do the trick. Pick up melee, then you can just might in these situations. Yeah, what I was thinking here is Berserk instead of might. I think I'm gonna do exactly that. Yeah, because you have 2 pips of fire resistance. Okay, let's give that a try. Just Onga Bonga. Cirque is going nuts. Oh wait, we got a big hit there out of nowhere. Alrighty, Onga Bonga worked. Oh, by the way, I should enchant this. I have one. There's no way. I have more. 5 on the floor on D12. Okay, we're gonna go out to D12 and we're gonna enchant these. Let me pick them up just for ease of usage. Alrighty, +9 Demon Blade of Flaming. Pretty great weapon to have at this stage of the game. And I guess I could have gotten it way earlier. But still, an amazing weapon. Literally end game. There's not a lot of weapons that you could upgrade to from a +9 Demon Blade of Flaming. Let me drop my enchant armor if I have any. Yeah, I don't think I have any armor that I want to enchant. Yeah, obviously the kite shield is not really a thing that you want to enchant. Oh yeah, D3. Because for some reason I didn't complete D3. I guess I got shafted or something, but obviously I can just like a single flame wave just like kills things. At this point, we are way too powerful for these guys. What made me flee D3? I actually don't remember. Maybe it was a priest or something. Oh. I guess I can just stab with the demon blade. Mm-hmm. I think my next level up, or the next time I get the chance to level up a stat, I'm gonna go for strength. Shows 2 down, good stuff. Glowing quick blade, that could have changed this character if I had seen it, but it didn't happen. Oh, look at that, D3 whites. That's what made me flee, probably, if I saw them. I'm not sure that I saw them. Um, but yeah, that is messed up, D3 whites. Anyway, let's go back to shows for real this time. Sorry for the bait and switch. Um, oh, there we go. Now we can actually do this. And there was rendered ring here. It's kind of bad. I mean, it's not like I wasted resources on it, but I feel kind of debated on that. Incidentally, your run also had D3 whites. What did you do against them? Because D3 whites are messed up as an ice elementalist. That's like one of your greatest fears. Um, I really want Toxic Radiance. I really think that I should get some Toxic Radiance for this place. I have Refrigeration, but Refrigeration doesn't feel as good as Toxic Radiance. Um, so in case you don't know, Toxic Radiance is a spell that poisons everything on your line of sight across a couple of turns, the more spell power that you have. And it just so happens that mostly everything here is vulnerable to poison. Not necessarily weak to it, but not resistant, so you can poison them. And as long as you can poison them easily, you can kill them easily, whether or not they are weak to it or not. If they're weak, you can actually just kill them with the poison. If they're not weak, you need Ignite Poison to like really take advantage of the weakness. We got Iceul this time around. I'm just gonna stand next to Iceul and I'm gonna go for the good old Flame Wave. There we go. Oh, look at that! It's so mana effective. Iceul is a pretty dangerous unique, by the way. It just so happens that this character has everything it needs to deal with most situations it gets into. I have pretty good damage output and pretty good survivability. I also have just noticed that, yeah, from 19 to 27, that is a significant armor class upgrade from Osokubu's armor. I'm very happy with that. Acquiring offering you gold scales, I would personally not take them because that kind of forces you to go melee because you're not gonna be casting spells with gold scales. Like that's just how it is. Um, and I don't like melee ogre like altogether. I don't like it. You also have not refrigeration, but also Kubu's armor. So on the armor department, the gold scale would actually like harm you because you cannot use Osokubu's armor, and it probably nukes your evasion, and you also cannot cast spells. So I feel like there is a good amount of reasons not to go for it. But I'm not the one playing your game, so it's up to you to make that decision yourself. I'm just telling you what I would personally do. Um, so far, Shoals has been easy. Did I get shafted to Shoals 3 or did I just blaze through Shoals 2 that fast? Um, I did get shafted. It happens so often. In the early game, you are like, oh no, I got shafted, I'm gonna die. But at this stage of the game, it's like, oh yeah, I got shafted, whatever. You can just kill everything. See, the thing is that as long as you don't have to retreat to the stairs, you don't really care at this stage of the game if you got shafted or not, or at any stage of the game, to be completely fair. The thing is that getting shafted earlier in the game means that like you need to retreat to the stairs pretty much every level, sometimes multiple times every level, depending on the strength of your character. That is in the early game. So getting shafted in the early game has that as like a way to kill you, and in addition to that, you also yeah, in the early game, there's more disparity between the power level that you face. Like, since you gain experience levels so early in the first couple of dungeons, like the dungeons also scale accordingly. So getting shafted throws you in against monsters that are probably more dangerous than what you can handle in the early game. And at this point in the game, like I could be killing, I probably will kill all of the shoals. And if I'm lucky, I'm gonna go up to experience level 23, but I don't think I will. Um, so yeah, it's like one experience level. So the entirety of the branch is pretty much the same difficulty compared to like D5 and D8. Like one of them is much more difficult than the other. Um, okay, good stuff indeed. Hmm. I feel like I'm wasting experience leveling up a weapon skill, but I do need something to kill all of these annoying monsters that I cannot kill in any other way. Like, for example, those war gargoyles. If I had melee for the war gargoyles, maybe they wouldn't have gotten that dangerous earlier in the game. Oh, we got Nicola. Nicola has a crazy good cloak. Of course, this character doesn't particularly care about that. I do appreciate the Scarf of Resistances, probably more than I would appreciate the 4 armor class that I would get from that cloak. So I am not gonna use it. Nicola, of course, very dangerous, unique with Chain Lightning, 3 dice of 45. Should you always rank up Strength as a Minotaur Berserker? Um, you just hit experience level 18 and you don't know if you should level up dexterity. I would personally level up dexterity to at least 10. But seeing how you already have 11 and you're not using a shield, and you also don't seem to have a lot of evasion, you should probably just stick with strength. More strength means more damage, and it is like more damage in a percentile kind of way. It's not like base damage added to your character. So having more strength means that you deal more damage, and it is better with big weapons with a lot of base damage, like that Executioner Sax. Yeah, just go with strength. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, by the way, we just like trivialized Nicola, but Nicola is not nearly as safe as I just made it out to be. Like, if you don't have resistance to electricity and consistent damage output, Nicola will not go well for you. It's just that this character has. I killed Nicola with a level 2 spell and a level 3 spell. Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison. Like, I just did Poisonous Vapors until extremely poison and then Ignite Poison 3 times in a row, and Nicola died. These spells are crazy powerful for such low level spells. And then you may think, well, that doesn't hit an area. Well, there's a level 4 spell, Toxic Radiance, that does hit an area. So, yeah. Venom Mage used to be so powerful when it started with Ignite Poison. It was for like 3 versions, but they got Ignite Poison in the starting book, and it was the greatest thing in the world. In my opinion, they should have lost not Ignite Poison, but Toxic Radiance. Or Toxic Radiance should have been made into a level 5 spell or something. As it is right now, Venom Mage, I think it's. I would say it is on the weaker side of things. Yeah, there's a lot of skeletons and zombies and stuff like that earlier in the game that you straight up cannot kill as a Venom Mage because they're all immune to poison. So all that's left for you to do with no Ignite Poison is to... by the way, I got marked here. This is a pretty bad mark. I'm gonna try to make it to the stairs, but I don't think it will be too successful. Drink of Flight and a Haste. I'm just gonna run for the stairs. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, I completely forgot. Sorry for that. If you cared about what I was saying, I guess you can remind me, and I would actually appreciate it if you did remind me, because I completely forgot. This is kind of dangerous, but at least I am hasted. So I could theoretically beat them all. Let's go for a good old immolation. And refrigeration actually is the correct thing to do here, because that hurts everyone on the screen. And then the explosions start to happen. Good stuff indeed. You love to see it. Yep. You get flanked by the room bolt monsters. Well, just cast refrigeration a couple of times with immolation, and everything dies. Okay, since I'm still marked, I am just gonna get out of there just for safety. Ran into Kraken. I think you can kill it, but you are probably on the fragile side of things with no shield. Krakens do hit pretty hard, so keep that in mind. But you can probably kill it with that damage output that you have, especially if you hit like multiple segments of a Kraken tentacle. Like you can probably cleave through to a Kraken and just like one shot it or something close to that. It will be your only poison resistant source, other one is a quarterstaff. I still wouldn't acquire the gold skills to start polemic. I know that it's a bit later um, than a bit later now. And you probably already acquired something there, but you were right, lol. Yeah, like yeah, the damage that you have with that weapon is like off the charts. It's not the kind of damage a normal character would have. But unfortunately, to achieve that level of raw firepower, you have to sacrifice the incredible defensive benefits from having a shield. In fact, I think this character has already, like, you see that these fights are going really well for me. Like, I'm not taking too much damage during these fights. I think genuinely it is because I am using a shield. Um, and the shield just like randomly prevents some amount of damage that could have been dealt to me by, I don't know, like a very damaging monster like a titan or a netin or like a mighty war gargoyle, you know. Um, so yeah, when you don't have that, you need to be very aware that even though you're still killing things really fast, things will also kill you really fast. Alrighty. Oh, this is a frost giant. We cannot quite refrigerate a frost giant, but we can bake it with flame wave and sticky flame. Good stuff. And that is the rune bolt. Oh, I guess it is the rune bolt, but the rune is a mimic, so we're gonna have to find another one. Do I already have the rune? I do. Okay, I picked up the rune probably from one of those houses that were vacated when I got marked. Um, I don't need that anymore. Manual of Mazes? Well, that would have been useful earlier on. I am already at almost minimum delay for my Demon Blade. Yeah, minimum delay is reached at skill level 14 for the Demon Blade, and there is no point in training it a single point past 14. Very important to keep in mind. Um, so that is rune number 2. Now I am going to go do depths. That is how I like to do it. Bloodstained scale mail. That could be interesting. I don't think it will be good enough for me to want to switch into it. Doesn't it have a minor damage boost, or am I misremembering it? Yeah, it has a minor damage boost, but the thing is that any damage increase that you would gain from training your weapon past the point of minimum delay is quite probably better invested somewhere else, like evocations, for example, or maybe a launcher, or throwing, or fighting, or like anything else, literally anything else. You do get more damage, but you don't need the more damage, and you will effectively gain more damage or more survivability training other things than training your weapon past the point of minimum delay. So Baisu Shen doesn't resist poison. Oh, she does. Okay. I wanted to do the good old Kirer. Hmm. Pre-dangerous unique, big HP, and she will turn into a storm dragon, a unique storm dragon that shoots water instead of shooting electricity. She does have a ring of electricity. Um, how are we going to do this? I guess refrigeration will have to do the trick. I'm standing on the stairs still, so I can just get out very easily. Okay, gonna do some good old stair dancing of Bai Sushen. You found the Gauntlets of War. I think I've also found the Gauntlets of War being um. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, you know how many times I had to press that prompt? I had to press it like 8 times, because I cast it inside a room made out of crystal, and these bolts of fire bounce off of crystal. So I figured that I would be multi-sapping myself several times, but I would also be multi-sapping by Sushen, so I thought that it was worth it. I took 17 damage, it's not an issue. I am going to cast also Kubus Armor again, and then go for another Starburst. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, how many times I have to press the prompt? Yeah, it is some pretty decent damage that we're dealing right now. Okay, severely wounded. You know what? Maybe it would have been a good idea to Scorch by Sushen. I haven't scorched anything in a while, but it does decrease the amount of fire resistance that the monster has. Flame Slash by Sushen, but do no damage. I guess you have too much armor class for that, now that you are a dragon. Flame Wave? Flame Wave? You kill Bai Sushen. Okay. And she drops skills. You know, whenever you want Bai Sushen to drop skills, it won't happen. But whenever you already have resistance to electricity through since the very early stages of the game, and you already enchanted something else, that's when Bai Sushen will drop skills. The game will be like, oh, let's do it now that he doesn't need it. Where's this thing? Like, what is it called? Trove. Yeah, we haven't seen any tropes so far. I was hoping for maybe a trope that asks me for storm scales. It is not a thing that is unheard of, so if I got one of those, this would be a good time to use it, considering how I just got enchanted storm scales that I'm not gonna use at all. Okay, good old Starburst. Big damage on those Starbursts. 6 dice of 13 is a lot more than I had when I started using that spell. I think I had 6 dice of 8 when I first got it. Okay, sure. I don't think Behemoth cares about me killing non-hostile monsters, so I don't know why the game prompted me to do or to avoid hurting the non-hostile butterfly. Yeah, when it comes to Starburst, it really like grows on you. Sometimes it misses a lot, and then it's kind of annoying. But when it doesn't miss, it's amazing. And if you really don't want it to miss, you can always go for Flame Wave. Sure, it deals less damage, but it doesn't miss. It actually deals way less damage, but it doesn't miss. Okay, Ring of Slaying. I don't think I care about any of these things actually. What is this? Oh, Alistair's Intoxication, Bork's Bile Clutch, and Eringia's Noxious Bogu. Noxious Bog is amazing. It's ridiculously powerful. Mm, so when it comes to Toxic Radiance, it takes a couple of turns to bring a monster from non-poison to extremely poison. Noxious Bog makes the monster extremely poisoned immediately. Like it's almost instant. So if not instant altogether, and it also deals crazy good damage. Even to monsters that are immune to poison. So I would greatly recommend you to give that a try on any of your characters that feels like can use that, like they can use that. Let's keep checking these books because you know all these changes to books. Um, okay, this would be good if I had Necromancy and Summoning. Unfortunately, I've always thought that Necromancy is whack. Even when it was extremely powerful, I've always thought that it was whack. And I would love to see a Necromancy rework because the low-level Necromancy spells up to Death Channel, I think they're super lame. But past that channel, we have Haunt, we have Infestation, we have Death's Door, we have Revivification, and those spells are really flashy and cool and powerful, and they do like very unique things that you normally don't see in other spells. Like even starting with Haunt, which is a summon spell, it is a summon spell that summons the ghosts that it summons around the monster. Like the summons don't appear close to you; they appear close to the monster that you want them to kill. And that is like pretty much a unique effect across summons. So that's pretty cool. But unfortunately, summons are kind of lame. Well, maybe not so much early nowadays. Now that they have been reworked into being less painful. Um, but necromancy is pain. I can tell you that. Um, let's take a look at this. That's a Book of Pain. It has pain, surprisingly. And a Book of the Moon. What does it have? Crystal Spear, Pog, and Silence. Okay. There's a lot of people who like Pog. I personally don't use it that much. Yeah, I recognize its power, but I'm just not used to using it. Mm, okay. The Enchantress. She has a vampiric Laya tank. Oh wow! Look at her fairy dragon skills. Oh, they're so good. If I could switch from my current body armor to that, man, they're really good. The thing about the clarity is that it's more flavor text than anything because with the amount of willpower that I currently have, it's not good enough, or like it's irrelevant. Like I'm not gonna get confused anyway. You picked up the Barnacled rune and feel its power. Let's go, furthest you've ever been. Hey, congratulations for that. I hope that what you have seen so far has been helpful to you. Um, Now, how are we going to deal with the Enchantress? Mm-hmm. So she is a pretty dangerous unique, actually. As you can see, she doesn't have a lot of armor class or HP, but she hits kind of hard. She's very fast. Well, she covers ground extremely quickly, actually, and she has pretty nasty enchantress spells. Um, I mean, I wish players got strip willpower. That would be so good, but unfortunately, monsters cheat and they have access to amazing spells that players wish they had. You've helped a ton. You're not the first person to say that, but every time someone tells me that I've helped them a ton when it comes to this game, it always makes me happy. It really does make me feel like I'm actually doing something other than just like playing a game on the internet, you know? But anyway, Enchantress, I don't think she has poison resistance, so therefore we can just poisonous vapors her until she dies. And it is important for me to like not take that fight when she's close to her band. Huh. So she did recognize me, but she doesn't seem to be walking towards me. That's unusual. I wonder if she immediately forgot about me because I have stealth. One of my items gives me stealth. Um, it's not something that I have trained. I don't normally train a lot of stealth. But yeah, very important not to take on all of those Spriggans at the same time. It can get very quickly out of control, especially considering that I don't have like I am not the paragon of tankiness. I do have a very balanced amount of defenses. I have good these well the armor class is kind of trash, but I do have decent evasion and decent shield. So even though all three of those are not like look at me, I have 46 armor class. Um, they all like synergize together into making it so that I don't really take as much damage as you would think I would take. Um, so yeah, regardless, I still shouldn't get hit by those Spriggans. Oh wow, okay. I am surprised that this thing survived the full channel of Flame Wave, but sure. Okay, some Spriggans, Defender and Berserker. Refrigeration. The Enchantress. Okay, there she is. You cannot drink potions in your current state. That's the kind of message that you see moments before dying. Of course, this character I don't think will die to this. But I would love to be able to drink Brilliance for this because I feel like I might run low on mana, if not out of mana altogether. And if that happens, things go pretty bad. Um, so what I'm going to do here is step here, read immolation. That immolates everyone. Go for the refrigeration, and then the explosions start happening. And there we go. Good stuff. That got rid of literally everyone except for these remaining Spriggans. The Enchantress's band is pretty dangerous. That's part of the danger that comes with fighting the Enchantress in the first place. Her band of Spriggans is very hard to hit in melee, and she herself can disable you pretty hard with mass confusion and all that stuff that she does. Um, she also can prevent you from teleporting, a very unique effect, not shared by a lot of monsters in this game. Okay, Shadow Dragon. I do have a bit of resistance to negative. Normally I don't get that altogether. But I mean, I got it from an item, and as I mentioned before, it's not like I'm gonna say no to free properties on my items that I already want to use because they have amazing properties that I like a lot. Um, so that was it for Depths 1. The Enchantress on Depths 1 can go pretty bad if you get unlucky. This time we didn't get unlucky. Wow, okay, these very ugly things are actually like dealing a lot of damage. Okay, what I'm gonna do is like maneuver them into being positioned in a way that they would get hit by Starburst, or just like kill them all in the first place. Yeah, okay, going pretty well. Double cast of Starburst kills the ugly thing and the Lich alongside it. Good stuff. I knew there was a reason to keep Starburst around even after getting refrigeration. It feels to me like it deals significantly more damage than refrigeration, but it also doesn't hit everything. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. If it hit everything, it would be obviously insane. But we still haven't found the spell that hits everything from fire. There is one, of course. It's called Ignition. It's level 8, and I would love to get it because I think Refrigeration plus Ignition is an amazing combination that can win you the entirety of the game, even 15 runes. Mm, okay, so far so good. When it comes to this Fire Giant, I haven't done it a lot, but let's throw some Kirera at it. Um, Considering that it is a Fire Giant, it is complicated for me to deal damage to it. Ooh, unlucky miss of Starburst. Like it missed everything, and then I got hit by acid, or for 35 by a bolt of acid, past my resistance to corrosion. A pretty good roll there from the monster's side. Let's try one more time. Yeah, Tango River has fire resistance, it seems. So what we're gonna do instead is go for the refrigeration. That's the correct thing to do against these monsters because they don't resist cold. Yeah, these Tango Rivers can get pretty nasty, but fortunately they're relatively fragile. They don't have a lot of HP, but they do have decent defenses, good melee, and an amazing set of spells. They have Venom Bolt, Bolt of Cold, Lightning Bolt, Bolt of Fire, Corrosive Bolt, and Bolt of Draining. All the bolts. Um, I like them as they are right now. Like they got briefly reworked a couple of versions ago, and they were kind of whack. I think they had like Bolt of Cold or something and Lightning Spire. They were like super weak. And everyone was like, "Yo, these used to be dangerous because they could shoot you with acid, and now they don't have acid." Um, so they got reworked into this, and now they're actually like really, really fearsome foes. I like that a lot. 69 damage from Nicol, nice. Don't die. Still alive, fortunately. Hey, you're going at a pretty fast pace, you know? Um, well, yeah, it's good to hear that you haven't died yet. That's the good stuff. Mm, So we are going to go and get Polar Vortex now, as I mentioned. 24. 24 Ice Magic is what I'm gonna need for a level 9 spell. I'm probably gonna need less than that because I am with Behemoth, but it is a force of habit to set my skill training to 24 when I'm going for a level 9. You're saving this for tomorrow, you think? You've never made it past Laird Runes. Do you stream daily? I stream Monday, Tuesday, not Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. And I start at around 8 p.m. my time, and I end at around midnight my time. This time I'm gonna go until this character ends. I started a bit earlier than usual, and I also am going to end later than usual this time around. But it's just because I want to finish this character. Usually when I play mages, it takes me longer because there's more button presses that I have to do. Also more decisions. So like the average fight takes longer. It's not that they're easier than a melee character in my opinion, but they also take longer. It is a funny thing to think about. Okay, the Soul Eater is just not dying. Oh, okay. The Reaper is almost dead. Maybe I can land the Starburst on that Reaper. Okay, let's try it. Oh, it misses. You know what? I don't think I care too much about killing you. Maybe I can kill you with Scorch? What's the Scorch button again? Hey! Okay, Scorch does reach it. It's almost dead. I really want to kill it now, just for funsies. Since it's all the way over there and the only thing it does is melee, it does melee pretty hard with a polearm, so it is a pretty dangerous monster to face normally. At this stage of the game, not so much, but it is normally a pretty dangerous thing. Wow, it just is refusing to die. Okay, there we go. You're just gonna watch me and lie down? Of course, enjoy your lying down. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around. How are your human fire elementalists of Sif Muna going today? And have you considered switching to Behemoth? Look at how well my Behemoth character is doing. This is literally the first attempt, I think. I think it is still the first attempt. And we have gotten to depths 2 with 2 runes. And, well, to be fair, we also got crazy powerful loot. That may have something to do with it. But we also got crazy powerful spells to go alongside with it. Like, we have Refrigeration, we have Starburst, we have Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison, I guess. And I think Ignite Poison was offered to me by Behemoth. I think. I'm not sure. It may have been one or the other. Like either Poisonous Vapors or Ignite Poison was offered by me to me by Behemoth. But anyway, in the bank we have Polar Vortex, and that's what we are training towards now. I don't like getting Firestorm very often because it is kind of expensive to get, you know, requiring 2 different level 9, well, like different amounts of training to level 9. Well, you know what I meant. You know what I meant. 2 schools to be trained at the amount of skill that you would normally need to cast a level 9. That's what I meant. Okay, this bolt really dies to refrigeration because all of these guys are immune to fire but not particularly resistant to cold. Okay. There were a bunch of Hell Knights and then a bunch of demons. Funny thing. Depths has a bunch of these. Well, doesn't have a bunch of these. I think it has at least 1 bolt. 1 bolt per level. So sometimes the bolts that you find in depths can be very like negligible, not particularly relevant. Sometimes they're like interesting, like this one, where it is like a cool part of a level. With hopefully some interesting loot at the end of it. And sometimes it's a full level bolt that is like just straight up misery. I hope that I don't find one of those, by the way. I would probably skip it because they take way too long. Okay. Interesting, interesting bolt design, I guess. A manual of stapes. An iron shot and bog. Well, it's fine. I don't feel particularly inclined to use those. An open level. That's my least favorite kind of level in depths. Open levels are pretty dangerous in general. It's very easy for you to get surrounded if you're not a really powerful spellcaster as this character. Is that the entrance to a cigarette? Oh, that's a trove. Two scrolls of acquirement? I wish I had heard of that before because I've been getting acquirement scrolls like crazy with this character. I've barely like actually had the need to use them. Um, Okie dokie, pretty good. Gonna continue doing precisely that. Okay, and if you're wondering why the iron trolls are so much more resilient, these guys are resistant to fire and cold. You would expect them to be resistant to poison as well, being iron. Like I'm not expecting to poison something made out of iron, or like I guess these guys are not necessarily made out of iron, but you know what I meant. Like something reminiscent of iron, you would think that it would be poison resistant, but it is not. Okay, I am getting surrounded by things that are arguably dangerous, so I am going to retreat for safety, get some strength. Sweet, 12 strength now. Um, I like my success rates. It's all ones and zeros. Um, It's looking pretty good. 65% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. It will take a while, but we will get to the point where we cast Polar Vortex, and we are going to use that to hopefully get rune number 3 and also win the game altogether. Like, we're gonna use it a lot in SOT. Kidoki. This character is already powerful enough to win the game. It's just like going through the motions of actually getting the third rune and winning the game. Unfortunately, being a mage, it is more time consuming than playing a melee character. As I mentioned earlier, you have to make more button presence, and like the way that you have to engage in fights varies a lot. Wow, I took so much damage there. I think it was only a large rock. Okay. Nothing that we cannot just walk away from. Okie dokie. I messed up there. I should have gone here instead of here. I was here and I could have gone down and then done this and then wait for the giant to be next to me so that it doesn't throw rocks. Go for Cure, go for the poison, and then ignite poison. Easy kill. So I haven't really been talking about it, but most of these single monster encounters, I've been killing with poisonous vapors and toxic or like ignite poison. Sorry. Ignite poison is a spell that takes all the poison in a monster and turns it into fire damage. So it does that for all the monsters that you can see. So if all the monsters are poisoned, all the monsters take a bunch of fire damage. It is really good, really powerful, and it is also really cheap, being only a level 3 spell. Of course, it is entirely reliant on you being able to poison monsters, so it is not good on its own, obviously. But if you can make monsters extremely poisoned very quickly, like I am doing right now with poisonous vapors, it shines even at this stage of the game. Oh, this is. Oh, okay. This is a walking tomb. These things are brand new to this version of the game. Pretty dangerous too. They hit pretty hard. They have a good amount of armor class and good HP, and they also have a thing that is called Conjure Living Spells, which makes it so that well, they cast it and they summon a couple of things that suicide on you to try to cast the spell that they have. Unfortunately, this guy has Petrify, and their Petrify is like a joke because it has a 1% chance to succeed. And even if it succeeds, it's only Petrify, it is reactable to. There is a version of this monster that has a crystal spear, and that monster is absolutely ridiculous because this one doesn't do anything with living spells, right? The one that has crystal spear summons 3 monsters that can suicide on you to deal like 3 dice of 40 each. It is unreasonable. Yeah, I don't know how that thing is in the game. And between the two of these, like the one that doesn't do anything and the one that is like cartoonish, there is the one that smites. And the one that smites, like it summons 3 monsters that smite. Um, and it still deals good damage, but it's not like Looney Tunes levels of damage with the 3 crystal spears, and it is not irrelevant like this one with its petrify. I would like to see this one brought up to the same level of power as the one that smites, and the one that has crystal spear be nerfed to around the same power level as the one that smites. Encounters Petrify book for the first time. Oh, these aren't that bad. Runs into the Crystal Spear book. Oh, yeah, by the way, these are immune to poison, negative energy, and torment. Fortunately, they are not immune to fire. So you should probably abuse that instead of trying to melee it. So yeah, the ones that petrify are a joke compared to the ones that shoot LCS. I don't understand why the ones that shoot LCS exist in the game. Like, I don't think I've ever killed one because it's just too much of a coin flip. Like, you're exposing yourself to multiple crystal spears. Like, them even casting their living spells once is already way too much. And they don't cast it once; they cast it several times per fight. So yeah, it's probably a good idea just not to fight them altogether. At least that's what I would do. Okay, Starburst shining there against monsters that are fire resistant. Of course, if I was fighting those what are they called? Those frost giants one at a time, I would probably not go for Starburst because I have something better that I can do. Okay, very careful with those shining eyes. Yeah, very important to just go for the. I don't think they can mutate you because they don't have smite targeted attacks. So the great actually prevented them from mutating me in the first place. Okay. You know, it is kind of annoying when you cannot really kill a monster that is behind Great, but the monster also cannot affect you because it interrupts auto travel. So you have to manually travel away from the monster to like make it leave your line of sight and then go back to auto traveling. Mm. I wish that kind of monster did something else. Like in that kind of scenario, like for example, I wouldn't mind it if there was like a teleport trap somewhere around here that the monsters would like eventually stumble into and not be inside the vault to prevent you from auto traveling. Like it is getting kind of aggravating, but it is fine. A good old manual exploration. It's not that bad every now and then. It sounds silly, but you really enjoy finding early mutation potions and drinking them to see if you can get a few positive effects. I guess you can do that. I wouldn't do it, but I also like to stay away from the mutation system as much as possible. Like, take a look at this. You're rather mundane. Being a human, I have zero mutations, and I'm carrying 4 potions of mutation with 0 on the floor. Um, in my opinion, that is an excellent reason not to drink them because I'm gonna need them later on to get rid of some bad mutations. Yeah, drinking them could give me nice, comfortable upsides. For example, having robust. And it could also give me terrible, like actually crippling, near game ending bad mutations, like Subdued Magic. Subdued Magic would be so bad with this character. You'll show me. I have one bad one. Let's take a look. You have Stat Rot. And yeah, you have Robust. Robust Minotaur. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Enjoy your advanced Minotaur HP. I don't think I care about the books anymore. I already have all the spells that I will ever need with this character. And you know what? I'm just gonna dig that guy out of there just to like avoid the annoyance. Oh wait. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's 4 casts when with Behumet. But yeah, here's the guy that has Crystal Spear. Like, why does it have 3 times 3 dice of 40. Like, that is not reasonable. I don't think this guy should exist as it does right now. I really hope that it doesn't make it too stable like this, because this thing is not it's not like something that you can fight. Um, because like you can actually go from full HP to you're gonna die the next turn if you get hit by 9 dice of 40 worth of damage. Like, that is not okay. Um, so yeah, I'm not gonna not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go down those stairs. Okay, we're very close, but this is much more manageable because we're only fighting a couple of monsters at the same time. Um, what does your body sometimes deteriorate upon taking damage mean? You looked up on Wiki and didn't find anything. So you see how your stats have like another number next to the stat in parentheses? That is the effect of the mutation. Whenever you take damage, your stats are lowered like that, and then you regain those stats by killing things, by gaining experience. That's how it works. If you don't gain experience, you don't gain the stats back. You cannot wait it out. So you need to fight like weekend for a short period of time to to get better. Pretty much, that's how it is. Same goes for Drain. Oh, that's dangerous. I don't want you to be a floating eye. Yeah, floating eyes are among the most dangerous things in this game. Floating eyeballs sail to be one of the servitors of Jiva. It possesses a gaze that can eventually paralyze even the most strong-willed of adventurers. I like the description because it clearly lets you know that the paralysis doesn't check willpower, but at least it is not instantaneous. Irresistibly prevents a creature from taking any action for a short time, requiring multiple charges but not line of fire. So yeah, if you're seeing a floating eye, you better get rid of it almost immediately, or immediately if you can. Okay, this time we killed it in a single cast of refrigeration. Good stuff. Okay. I kind of want to go upstairs, but I feel like the tentacle monstrosity will just grab me. This thing can grab you, constrict you to begin ongoing constriction. Jiva. Imagine a Jiva mutation that just paralyzes things from free. I think there is a Jiva mutation that does exactly that. Um, or I may be confusing it for the one. Like, there's a Jiva mutation that makes you grow eyes. I think that one can confuse monsters. I may be misremembering, but maybe it can also paralyze. But yeah, it is awfully close to what you just said already in the game. Let's go for acid here. Okay, did we get the corrosion? We did. This thing is resistant to electricity, poison, fire, and cold. So it's gonna take a while, but I think I can beat it. I really do think that it would be a better idea to fight it upstairs. Go for the Demon Blade. Maybe also cast Osakubu's Armor for more defenses. And look at that damage. I have garbage strength. I cannot believe that I'm dealing so much damage. Jiba the God gives you mutations. You would love that. Okay, better get a game of Jiba on like as soon as you can, because chances are good that it doesn't make it to the next stable version of the game. I'm just saying, and I am very glad because in this stream I greatly despise Jiba. Jiba is not a good god, but it is kind of hard to explain if you have never gone Jiba. Jiba eats items off the floor and also shuffles. Oh, that's the Crystal Spear guy. Okay, I think maybe we can do well against it as long as it doesn't cast its thing. Yeah, that is not okay, I think. All of these spells will cast Crystal Spear when they hit me, and then I will die. Um, if I die, that would be greatly annoying. I would prefer not to die, actually. Are these like slow or anything at least? I feel like they should be super slow, so you can easily play around them. Oh, look at that. The living spell casts itself at you. Your kite shield of reflection reflects the crystal spear. The crystal spear hits the living spell. You destroy the living spell. Okay, this is actually a much more convenient place for me to fight in. Ooh, menace. Okay, we're not doing this. Oh, look at that. I got hit by a crystal spear, and it only did 67. Perfect example of shield being OP. Yeah, shields are fun. I have to say that. But yeah, when you don't block, they hit pretty hard. Mm, okay. At least they can miss. But it's not like I have a lot of evasion or shield. Yeah, this character I would say is very poorly equipped to deal with this. But there's also no character that can reliably kill this monster. I can't believe it. I can't believe that this guy even has the audacity of not being weak to silence. Like, why can't you silence them? They're super messed up. I don't think they should be in the game as it is right now. Yeah, like come on, what is going on with this? This is unreal. Um, I feel completely endangered right now. I feel like I am at danger of dying. So Trunk is like a beta. You could say so. It is theoretically the unstable version of the game. That's the way to describe it, where changes are implemented and tested. More often than not, if something makes it to trunk, it is going to be in the game. Sometimes things get reverted from trunk before they make it to stable, and very rarely things that are in trunk and make it to a stable version of the game get removed shortly after. But that's like the rarest thing that can happen. For example, recently a spell called Absolute Zero was removed. It was the level 9 spell for Ice Magic before Polar Vortex. And it just instantly killed whatever was closest to you. You were unable to target it, but it was instant and it just instantly killed the monster regardless of HP or resistances or anything. It just killed the monster. And that was absolutely insanely powerful, even for a level 9 spell. Everyone except for the developers thought that it was incredibly broken. So eventually the developers just removed it because it was actually incredibly broken. What is the script in your RC file that makes the game report the amount of damage? I should have a command for that. But wait a second. RC. Wait a second. Copy link, paste link. That is my exact RC. It does have a bunch of things that only work on tiles, so keep that in mind. I'm gonna re-teleport. Yeah, don't kill me. It happened! I can't believe it! I am so mad! These things are stupid! Wow! Dude, I cannot believe it! Yeah, that is not okay. That shit needs to get reversed. Like, that. It cannot make it to stable like that. That is not okay. Like, I don't feel like I should have died there. But it's just like this thing kills you. Like if you see it, it kills you. Why do they exist? I was under the impression that they needed to melee you to kill you or to like do crystal spear, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Come on. Oh yeah, like do that Ashley Rain says because I don't know anything about coding or like making scripts or anything. All the credit for that part of my RC file at least goes to HDA. But yeah, that is not okay. That needs to not exist. Um, I could have blinked, but I don't know. Like the mere existence of a monster when you're at 50% HP, I don't know. Like I don't feel like a single monster alone at 50% HP shouldn't force you to blink. Um, how much damage in that turn was that? Over 100. It was actually over 100 damage. Um, let's see. Last game. The devs could not add such cringe stuff all the time. Referring to this in New Swamp. Yeah, the turn damage was 110, in case you wanted to know. It's good to see you're still in good spirits. I'm good enough at this that I can get runs like this very consistently. I am not going to say at will because sometimes the early game screws you over like too frequently, but that is not okay. That cannot make it to stable. Shouldn't make it to stable. It's too much damage on a single like random monster. They should cast one Crystal Spear. If they cast one Crystal Spear, I would be okay with that because there's a bunch of monsters with Crystal Spear. But I feel like they spam it and like they cast a bunch of them at the same time, and that is just not okay. But yeah, that is obviously going to be it for the night. I was hoping to win this character, but then I got hit for 110 damage in a single turn. Um, who knows? Maybe it was my fault for not blinking, but it is what it is. That is what happens when you play Trunk. Like sometimes you get to deal with ridiculous